Empress.
Blessed love, Royal Empress. Blessed.
Blessed love, Honorable.
Bless hello, my Lord and Empress.
Blessed love, Honorable Empress. Give thanks and welcome.
Give thanks, Mama.
Yes, I.
Welcome, Royal Empress. Glorify. After celebration,
Give thanks and welcome.
Give thanks, Mama.
Yes, I.
welcome, Royal Empress. Glorify.
Glorify Mama Maisie, blessed love.
Blessed love, my Lord. Give thanks and welcome. What a celebration going through. Our family.
Blessed is my wonderful Savior. Fountain of wisdom, ancient of days. Oh, for the faithful lives of the Bless my Savior, thy praise. Yes, my Redeemer, thou art my refuge. Under thy watch captive I shall be. Under thy watch. Gladly and darling, joyfully trusting. Still I am promised good and blessed Redeemer, wonderful Savior. Fountain of wisdom, ancient of days. Oh, from the faithful light of all ages. Name God my Savior, He will I praise.
Oh, Jaja. I miss my tabernacle, Lord.
Welcome. Yes, Mama. I feel
Yeah.
your energy. Nice, nice. When time you don't hear them hymns there for a while, yeah, man, can't
It's
really
just
move.
going through my eyes to see where we was and look at where we at now, God.
Blessed greetings, my Lord and Empress.
Blessed greetings,
Okay,
Sister
fine.
Trisha.
Welcome, welcome, and we are live streaming.
Give thanks.
Welcome, everyone. Welcome. Yeah, we give thanks to be here. Another Sunday together to break bread in Holy Communion. Today is a special day as we commemorate our Mother of Creation's Earth Day. Queen Omega Haile Selassie, Jah Rastafari. I will call upon the Honorable Priest Napi in his capacity as leading priest for this morning's opening. If he's on the platform to take
Sure.
charge, Honorable Priest.
Sorry. And give thanks, my Lord and Majesty. Give thanks to each and every one, four wings of the earth, that set time from them busy schedule to sit and commune. As the brethren say, we break bread, you know. So the bread of life, you know, we talk about, you know, we give thanks to each and every one that's here. And, you know, we here to commune and also to commemorate and to esteem our mother. Because throughout creation, you know, she has always been downplayed, you know, and put aside like, you know, lesser being and all of that. We're in the truthfulness of things, you know, I comes to say, both of we are equal. Man and woman is equal. You know, we have man works to do and we have woman works to do. And when I look on the true form of creation, I have to look on it and say, boy, woman are the true form of creation, because it's only them alone. Every man and woman I see I walk out of earth, yeah, they came through a woman. Not a man, came through a woman. Yes, still the man plant the seed. So it's a union, you know, but that part of the union was always downplayed, the female energy, you know. And
So,
I come to rise it up. I glorify a lot of my other brethren that I see acknowledging the female energy and rising it up also, you know, because until the female and the male energy can reach to its heights, we will not see the true fullness of God in flesh,
truly.
you know, and it's not a competition, you know, it's each and every one to try build themselves, know them works, and fulfill them works to the best of capacity. So today, you know, we're gonna, you know, true, we always big up the man all the while. Every time we talk, man always up on the forefront. But this week here, you know, we're focusing on the empresses who I glorify. Majority of the empresses that are here, I have lived on the foundation with them, you know, and I have always had a great joy, beautiful joy with all of the empresses, them, you know, leave out none. And I also glorify empress like Empress Trisha and some other empresses, Empress Akim and some other empresses that came along now in this time to hold the baton and carry it along the journey. So give thanks to all of the empresses them. I them know them name, the Sister Lily, the Empress Darret, Empress Marina, Empress Dawn,
Empress Esther.
Empress Esther, you know, and there's more. I'm the main one that I can tell the item about that I know was the great Empress Elgita. That one was the right hand of Prince Emmanuel, of King Emmanuel, Empress Elgita. For the little time that I knew her, mighty little woman, you know, glorify her, and she's the foundation of the Woman Freedom League. you know. Even though it started a little bit after she passed on, but I feel our energy start the whole female energy on the EABIC, and you cannot talk about no other empresses without talking about Empress Elgita, mighty woman. So as we go along, there's more information to give. I glorify each and every one, and we'll stay steadfast to the mighty works. Most High, King Selassie, Jah Rastafari, my Lord and Empress, glory and give thanks.
Honorable priest, we can go into the virtual reverence and I can just bring in the prayer as we start.
Is everyone hearing me? Having a problem here?
We are
Honorable
here,
priest, now.
Empress. Yes, glory and give thanks. So,
I hear you, Empress. Blessed
reverence, international reverence, four wings of the earth. Glory be to our Father, to the Son, and to our Mother of creation. As Jah was in the beginning, it's now and ever shall be, Jah word without end. So we hail thee, O thou mighty Father and Mother of creation, all sons and daughters, four wings of the earth. For behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren and sisters to dwell together in unity and love. It's like the precious ointment upon the head that ran it down the beard, even Aaron's beard that went down to the skirts of his garments. And as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountain of Mount Zion. For there, O Lord, commanded his blessings, even life and love forevermore. So give thanks continually for this day. This is the day the Lord hath made, and I shall be glad and be thankful in it. So give thanks for each and every one here. Give thanks for life, health, and strength. And we give thanks for the daily bread of life. Word, sound, and power. Most High, King Emmanuel VII. Adonai, God. Jah Rastafari. My Lord and Empress. Glory and give thanks.
Glorify, give thanks, honorable priest, for, such warm prayer, opening up the royal event. We will now call on our Queen Mother, Empress Miriam, for our opening song. Mama Miriam, the floor is yours.
Blessed greetings, my Lord. Are you all hearing me right?
Loud and clear.
Loud and clear.
Give thanks, my Lord. Blessed love to one and all. Give thanks again for life and the mighty life giver. Thank God we are here once more, celebrating our mother, Earth Strong, same way. Give thanks, Honorable Priest Nappy, for these warm, loving, welcome words that you have spoken. It filled my heart, Yes, man and woman kingdom, give thanks. That we, the brothers, them are recognizing us now. Hey, big things. Give thanks, my Lord. Heart of blessing. Let's go into the hymn and love, my Lord. My son is here with me to help me along with the singing, Honorable Priest Daniel.
Blessed love, royal family.
Welcome, royal priest.
My priest.
Honorable blessed.
Oh, Master, blessed love. What number is some of the sacred songs? We have a sacred songs here, but we lose some of the pages.
356, my lord.
356 from the sacred songs.
And our hymn today, the gospel bells are ringing,
All right, so I'll just sing along.
Priest Knuckles with track, you can find it?
Yeah.
Find it?
Yes, we have it, Empress.
All right.
Gospel bells are ringing over land from sea to sea.
Continue.
You ready, Priest Knuckles?
Yes,
Priest
Royal.
Knuckles.
Please.
Yes, we continue with
Quiet.
our opening hymn for this morning period of celebration with hymn number 356 from our sacred songs. The gospel bells are ringing.
The gospel bells are ringing
Over land from sea to sea.
overland from sea to
Blessed news of
sea.
free salvation.
Blessed news of free salvation.
Do they offer you and me?
Do they offer you and me?
For God so loved the world
For God so loved the world
that his only Son he gave,
that his only Son he gave.
whosoever believeth in him
Whosoever believeth in him
ever living life shall have.
ever living life shall have.
Gospel bells how they ring,
Oh, gospel bells, how they ring
over land from sea to sea.
over land from sea to sea.
Gospel bells freely bring.
Oh, gospel bells, freely bring.
Blessed news to you and me.
Blessed news to you and me.
Gospel bells invite us
The gospel bells invite
to a
us
feast prepared for all.
to a feast prepared for all.
Do not slight the invitation,
Do not slide the invitation,
nor reject the gracious call.
nor reject the gracious call.
I am the bread of life.
I am the bread of life.
Eat of me, thou hungry soul.
Eat of me, thou hungry soul.
Though your sins be red as crimson,
Though your sins be red as crimson,
they shall be as white as wool.
it shall be as white as wool.
Gospel bells, how they ring.
Oh, gospel bells, how they ring.
Over land from sea to sea.
Over land from sea to sea.
Gospel bells freely bring.
Oh, gospel bells freely bring.
Blessed news to you and me.
Blessed news to you and me.
Gospel bells give warning.
The gospel bells give warning
As they sound from day to day.
as they sound from day to day.
Of the faith which doth await us.
Of the faith which thou await us,
Who forever will delay.
who forever will delay.
Escape thou for thy life.
Escape thou for thy life.
Tarry not in all the plain.
Tarry not in all thy pain,
Nor behind thee look, oh never.
nor behind thee look, oh never.
Lest thou be consumed in pain.
Lest thou be consumed in pain.
Gospel bells, how they ring.
Oh, gospel bells,
Gospel bells,
how they ring.
Over land from sea to sea.
Land from sea to sea.
Gospel bells freely
Oh,
bring.
gospel bells celebrate.
Blessed news to you and me.
Blessed news to you and me.
Gospel bells are joyful.
The gospel bell are joyful
As they echo far and
as
wide.
they echo far and wide.
Bearing notes of perfect pardon.
Bearing notes of perfect pardon
To a Savior crucified.
to our Savior crucified.
Good tidings of great joy.
Good tidings of great joy.
To all people do I bring.
To all people do I bring.
Unto you is born a Savior.
Unto us is born our Savior.
Jesus Christ, the Lord and King.
Jesus Christ, our Lord and King.
Gospel bells, how they
Oh,
ring.
gospel bells, how they ring.
Over land from sea to sea.
Over land from sea to sea.
Gospel bells freely
Oh,
bring.
gospel bells, celebrate.
Blessed news to you and me.
News to you and me.
Chorus of our opening hymn.
Hi, 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 hi. Hi, 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 hi. Hi, 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 hi. Hi, 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 hi. I and I, I, Selassie, I, Mama Migo, hi, 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 hi.
Gospel bells, how they
Oh,
ring.
gospel bells, how they ring.
Over land from sea to sea.
Over land from sea to sea.
Gospel bells freely bring.
Gospel bells, freely bring.
Blessed news to you and me.
News to you and me.
Gospel bells are ringing, coming down.
The gospel bells are ringing
Over land from sea to sea.
over land from sea to sea.
Blessed news of free
Blessed
salvation.
news of free salvation.
Do they offer you and me?
Do they offer you and me?
For God so loved the world.
For God so loved the world
That his
Love
only
the
son he
world.
gave.
His only Son he gave.
Whosoever believeth in him
Whosoever believeth
yet in
never live
him.
in life shall have.
Light shine light.
Gospel bells, how they ring.
Gospel bells, how they ring.
Over land from sea to sea.
Over land from sea to sea.
Gospel bells freely bring.
Gospel bells, freely bring.
Blessed news to you and me.
Blessed news to you and me.
Gospel bells are joyful, coming down.
Gospel bells are joyful.
As they echo far and
As
wide.
they echo far and wide.
Bearing notes of perfect
Bearing
pardon.
notes of perfect pardon.
To a Savior
To
crucified.
our Savior crucified.
Good tidings of great joy.
Good tidings of great joy.
To all people do I bring.
To what people do I bring.
Unto us is born a Savior.
Unto us is born our Savior.
Which is Christ our Lord and King.
Which is Christ our Lord and King.
Gospel bells, how they
Oh,
ring.
gospel bells, how they ring.
Over land from sea to sea.
Over land from sea to sea.
Gospel bells freely
Oh,
bring.
gospel bells, freely bring.
Blessed news to you and me coming
Blessed
down.
news to you and me. In our holy Mount Zion, 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 Lord, holy Mount Zion, Zion, King Selassie,
Yeah.
Rastafari. O Negus, I have promised to serve thee to the end. Be thou forever near me, my masters and my friend. I shall not fear the battle if thou art by my side. Nor wander from the pathway if thou wilt be my guide, most high. Selassie, Jah. Oh, beautiful Zion must be the home of the happy and free. Wherever is rest for the weary. Oh, beautiful Zion must be, King Emmanuel the Seven. Down there, God.
Jah.
Rastafari.
Joyful celebration,
Divine
my
love,
Lord.
my
Blessed
Lord,
be.
and praise. Give thanks.
Back to the
Royal family, royal, yes, family. The duo of the mother and son. Yes, very
I'll
good.
give thanks. I'll give thanks.
Majesty divine.
Right. Yeah, man. Setting the
Natural,
pace,
blessed, beautiful.
setting the pace for the rest of the program as we now commence. A royal welcome to everyone on this glorious Empress Day. The Council of Elders and the Women's Freedom Liberation League of the Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress presents this tribute in honor of our Divine Mother, Empress Itege Waleta Gigorgis of Ambisel, Holy Omega I, Jah Rastafari. In a time long ago, at a place far away, in the highlands of Kush, the holy city of Axum, lived a dynasty perpetuated without interruption for over 3,000 years. The Davidic dynasty became the Solomonic dynasty under the son of King David, Solomon of Jerusalem. King Solomon's son, with the Queen of Sheba, Emperor Menelik, established the throne of King David in the land of Kush. In this mysterious land, Abyssinia, where the generation of Kush resided, lived a queen of queens, a woman of exemplary character, whose piety is renowned among her caring, motherly nature. A royal consort of Ethiopia, Empress Itege Waleta Gigorgis Wazira Menen Asfa, whose ancestry links her to the Prophet Muhammad and King Solomon. Empress Menen revolutionized the station of women in the realm of Ethiopia, and she was an example to women globally. Upon being crowned on the same day as her husband, as Empress, breaking thousands of years of monarchical and churchical tradition, where the female is crowned days after the king. Empress Menen became a historical symbol immediately on the 2nd of November, 1930. Her Imperial Highness established queenship in an age when women were being relegated to domestic roles. Her Imperial Highness lived a renowned life of service to her nation, and in so doing, earned a place on the pedestal of human excellence to be revered. To be continued, a tribute to the Queen of Queens, our Mother of Creation. Salam. As we continue in the program, Royal Tech.
1 second.
Yes, happy celebration to everyone. Yeah, as we celebrate the Earth Day of our Royal Mother, a glorious day. As the Honorable Priest said in his opening, this is the day the Lord hath made. Let all I and I glory in it. It's a glorious day. Empress Day. Rastafari.
It's a spiritual thing. And I praise Rastafari. And I praise Rastafari. While the roots of sessions and swing. It's a spiritual thing. And I hail Rastafari. And I chant in hymn name. It's a spiritual thing. And I praise Rastafari. While the roots of sessions and swing. This is not no joke thing. This is I liberty. This is not a thing you have seen. This music is about I King. It's a political thing about free Africa. I sing about defending our roots and culture. It's a serious thing. So worry, try every day I'm not fighting the system. This is not no drug scene. This is not no drug. This music has a message in it.
Here's a list of stuff your car insurance company does, but is actually illegal. 1.
This is not a thing you have seen. No, this music is about I King. It's a spiritual thing. So it's a serious thing. It's a warrior tribe. Hailing up Selassie, I It's a spiritual thing. When I praise Rastafari, when I praise It's a political thing. Proud I It's a spiritual thing.
Thinking about going solar, but not sure whether it's worth it for your home? Well, before you...
Yes, I, Rastafari. Yes, I. To continue, it's a spiritual thing. It's not a joke thing, as it just said. Our mother was a very spiritual woman, and it will be depicted in today's presentation.
Holy Emmanuel I Selassie I Jah Rastafari. Glory be to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Mother of creation. As Jah was in the beginning, is now, and ever shall be, Jah world without end. Selassie I Jah Rastafari. Who can find a virtuous woman of prices far above rubies? Jehovah Jah Rastafari. This is our presentation to the Honorable Empresses as we celebrate the divine feminine energy. I, Priest IMC, would like to dedicate this to the Royal Omegas. Majesty bless. Go placidly amidst the noise, and remember what peace there may be in silence. As far as possible, without surrender, be on good terms with all persons. Speak your truth quietly and clearly, and listen to others, even to the dull and ignorant, for they too have their story. Avoid loud and aggressive persons, for they are vexation to the spirit. If you compare yourself with others, you may become vain or bitter, for always there will be greater and lesser persons than yourself. Enjoy your achievements as well as your plans. Keep interested in your own career, however humble, it is a real possession in the changing fortunes of time. Exercise caution in your business affairs, for the world is full of trickery. But let this not blind you to what virtue there is. Many persons strive for high ideals, and everywhere life is full of heroism. Be yourself, especially do not feign affection, neither be cynical about love. For in the face of all aridity and disenchantment, it is as perennial as the grass. Kindly the counsel of the years, gracefully surrendering the things of youth. Nurture strength of spirit to shield you in sudden misfortune. But do not distress yourself with dark imaginings. Many fears are born of fatigue and loneliness. Be on a wholesome discipline. Be gentle with yourself. You are a child of the universe, no less than the trees and the stars. You have a right to be here. And whether or not it is clear to you, no doubt the universe is unfolding as it should. Therefore be at peace with God, whatever you conceive him to be. And whatsoever your labor and aspiration in this unfolding of life, be gentle with your soul. With all its charm and drudgery and broken dreams, it is still a beautiful world. Strive to be happy. Holy Emmanuel I, Selassie I, Jah, Rastafari. And I will seal it up with these 4 perennial points. 1. Let your words be impetuous, especially in disagreements, as the word of a woman is very strong. Do not assume, always ask a question. Do not take it personal. Do not take it personal in this unfolding of life. Its lessons are not mistakes. And last but not least, whatever you find yourself, be the best of yourself. Holy Emmanuel I, Selassie I, Jah, Rastafari. Pray these words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart is ever acceptable to the Honorable Royal Empresses. God bless, Rastafari bless, Majesty bless, Honorable Empresses.
Give thanks, my friends. Powerful.
Glorify Honorable Priest Imsley's poem, Desiderata. Yeah, man. Great.
Powerful.
As we continue, we call upon the Honorable Empress Lily May to serenade us at this moment. Mama Lily, the floor is yours.
Most High Selassie I, Jah, Rastafari, Empress Meden Selassie I, Jah, Rastafari, keeping Mama visible. King Selassie I gave the word, and I'm gonna keep her visible. King Selassie I gave the word, and I'm gonna keep her visible. Visible, visible, visible. Empress Menen is the word, and I'm gonna make her knowledgeable. Empress Menen is the word, and I'm gonna make her knowledgeable. Knowledgeable, knowledgeable, knowledgeable. Charity is her name, and I'm gonna keep her visible. Charity is her name, and I'm gonna keep her visible. Visible, visible, visible. Oh, 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 in holy Mount Zion, 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 I, Lord, holy Mount Zion, Zion. Empress Menen I, Selassie I, Jah, Rastafari, keeping Mama visible. Most High Selassie I, Jah, Rastafari, Empress Menen, we love you. You're the mother of the earth. Empress Menen, we adore you, 'cause you know what life is worth. For you teach the little children and you feed the little children. Empress Menen, we love you. You're the mother of the earth. Empress Menen, we adore you. You're the mother of the earth. Empress Menen, we magnify you, 'cause you know what life is worth. For you feed the little children and you teach the little children. Empress Menen, we love you. You're the mother of the earth. in Zion, holy Mount Zion, 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 I, Lord, holy Mount Zion, Zion, Most High Selassie, Jah, Rastafari, and His men and I, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari, Most High Selassie.
Royal Empress Lily Mae Duncanson, right there in the throne room in Ethiopia, serenading I and I, serenading her mother, Empress Menen. We love you. You are the mother of the earth. Glorify Mama Lily as we continue. Honorable Priest Jermaine, the floor is yours.
Holy Emmanuel, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari, give thanks for life and the mighty life giver. Give thanks for yet another blessed day. Give thanks for the celebration going through the earth at this hour, Most High. Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. The average continue on reading. The average precipitation of royalty is of some one of supreme or exceptional character. The ideological philosophy of a monarchy is that they are intercessions or intermediaries to the Almighty Creator on behalf of their subject. Her Imperial Highness dispelled formalities and fostered a paternal relationship with her subjects, treating them humanely and expressing altruism. This approach earned her the respect and love of the Ethiopian realm. A woman of great virtue, Her Imperial Highness was married 4 times. She had 2 children for each of her first 2 husbands. Her family gave her into matrimony at a very early age, as was the tradition back then. Her 3rd marriage didn't last for many length of time, as her husband was older and abusive, fueled by jealousy. The beauty of Empress Menen was mesmerizing, inciting attention wherever she went. Finally, after being introduced, love thrived, bearing 6 children together. Empress Menen had a total of 10 children. Empress Menen also mentored a daughter of Haile Selassie I from a previous marriage. A mother of mothers was Her Imperial Highness Walata Georgoris in all her glory. Holy Empress Menenai Selassie, Jah Rastafari. Give thanks, my Lord and Empress. Blessed love.
Glorify Majesty, Honorable Priest Jermaine, as we continue with the program. Empress Menen, we love you. You're the mother of the earth. Omega I, Haile Selassie I, Jah Rastafari.
My skin is black. My arms are long. My hair is woolly.
Home is where your couch and your Wi-Fi are. And with free 2-day shipping, you can order your Wi-Fi.
My back is strong, strong enough to take the pain inflicted again and again. What do they call me? My name is on Sarah. My name is Aunt Sarah. My skin is yellow. My hair is long. Between two worlds, I do belong. My daddy was rich and white. Oh, it's my mama left one night. What do they call me? My name is Aphonia. My name is Aphonia. My skin is tan. My hair is fine. My hips invite you. My mouth like wine. Those little girls are mine. Anyone who has money to buy. What do they call me? My name is Sweet Thing. I say my name is Sweet Thing. My name is Sweet Thing. My skin is brown. My manner is tough. I'll kill the first fool I see. Oh, my life has been rough. I'm awfully bitter these days, 'cause my parents were slaves. What do they call me? My name is BJ. I say my name is BJ. My name is BJ. Yeah.
Yes, the sister telling the story of the African woman. Many struggles, the many phases. The life of the woman is not easy. Her work is never done. Yes, she is a mother, a leader. She nurtures, she advises, she provides. Yeah, in a sense, she is the superhuman. Queen Amiga Haile Selassie, Jah Rastafari. Continue with Honorable Prophet Okito.
Honorable Prophet John Marcus Selassie Jah Rastafari. Give thanks ones and ones for coming in to celebrate the Earth Strong. Honorable Prophet John Marcus Selassie Jah Rastafari. Give thanks ones and ones for coming in to celebrate the Earth Strong of our Divine Mother of Creation, our wonderful, honorable, immaculate Empress Menen. Give thanks and praises, unto the right honorable Empress Menen for her, virtuous levity and her, example unto the empresses of creation. Give thanks and praises, to the honorable Empress Menen. Give thanks for us being here to be part of this celebration, this high liberation. Yeah, man. Welcome one and all. I will go forward giving a brief introduction to the program and to the honorable Empress Menen. The Right Honorable Empress Menen was born on April 3rd of 1891, otherwise 25th Megabit 1883 in the Ethiopian calendar. She was born in the Egwa village of the Ambasel region of the Wollo province. She was baptized Woleta Georgis in the Saint Delba Georgis Church. Wazira Wolete Georgis was the granddaughter of Negus Mikael of the Wollo province. Her father was Jantirar Aswa and her mother was Wazira Sahin, daughter of Negus Mikael. In character, Empress Menen was known to be kind, polite, soft-spoken, very generous, compassionate, and devoutly God-fearing. She had the people at heart and was well versed in her native language, Amharic. As a young girl, although education was dominated and only reserved for boys, Waizera Menen managed to acquire various academic qualifications, including home economics. As Empress, she established child care centers, handicraft schools, and of course, the Itegwe Menen School for Girls, the first of its kind to offer education to young women of Ethiopia. During the Italian invasion of 1936 to 1941, the Honorable Empress Menen assumed the administrative responsibility of Ethiopia while the Emperor was on the battlefield. The day before the Honorable Empress Menen received the divine coronation, on the same day as the Emperor, His Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie I, Honorable Empress Menen joined His Imperial Majesty in a night of fasting and constant prayer until the early morning hours as they prepared to take on the mantles such as Elect of God, Rose of Sharon, Bright and Morning Star. Holy Emmanuel I, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Give thanks, ones and ones. Blessed love.
Yes, give thanks, Prophet Okito, for such introduction. Honorable Empress Miriam, your time again, Songbird. Miriam plays the timbrel across the Red Sea. Mama Miriam, Queen Mother, floor is yours.
Sister Trish, is the chorus time? Hello? Blessed?
Yes, Mama, this is the day that the Lord has made.
Oh, yes. Okay, give thanks. This is the day that the Lord has made, We shall rejoice and be glad in it, Oh, this is the day that the Lord has made. We shall rejoice and be glad in it. Oh, this is the day that the Lord has made. I will enter His courts with thanksgiving in my heart. Enter His courts with praise. I say this is the day that the Lord has made. We shall rejoice and be glad in it. This is the day that the Lord has made, We shall rejoice and be glad in it. and be glad in it. Oh, this is the day that the Lord has made. We shall rejoice and be glad in it. Yes, this is the day. This is the day that the Lord has made. I will enter its courts with thanksgiving in my heart. Enter its courts with praise. I said, this is the day that the Lord has made. We shall rejoice and be glad in it. I shall rejoice and be glad in it. In all holy Mount Zion, Zion, Zion high. Lord, who born Zion, Zion, Jehovah Jah. Rastafari, this is the day that the Lord has made. We shall rejoice and be glad in it. Happy celebration, my Lord and Empress. Blessed love.
Beautiful, Mama, beautiful.
Give thanks, Mama. Yeah, man, as usual. Sweet. Empress Cindy, the floor is yours.
Blessed love, my Lord and Empress. Continuing reading. Empress Menin's maternal lineage traces back to Ras, later Negus, Mikhael of Wollo. Through her mother, Wazirio Shinin, Mikhael, who was his daughter by his first wife, Wazero Fante Gebru. Here's a more detailed breakdown. Mother, Wazirio Shein, Mikhael. Maternal grandfather, Ras, later Negus, Mikhael of Wollo. Maternal grandmother, Wazirio Fante Gebru, first wife of Negus, Mikhael. Maternal lineage, Empress Menen can trace descent from the Prophet Muhammad through her maternal grandfather, Negus Mikhael, and his Mamadak clan. Empress Menen and Emperor Haile Selassie were the parents of 6 children. Princess Tenagni Work, Crown Prince Asfar Wilson, Princess Tashi, Princess Zenebiwak, Prince Makanon, and Prince Sahel Selassie. Empress Menen was stepmother to the emperor's eldest child, Princess Romanwalk, the daughter of a previous union of the emperor with Wazero Wanitu Amide, also known as Wazirio Alatayak or Alatayach. The emperor's own autobiography mentions that his joy in 1941 following Ethiopia's liberation from fascist occupation was tempered by the grief of learning that his eldest child, Princess Romanwalk, had passed under detention in Italy. Princess Romanwalk has been in prison along with her 4 sons, 2 of whom also transitioned in Italy. The remaining 2, Djazmak, Samson Bayene Merid, and Desmach Merid Bayeni Merid, were repatriated from Italy after the war and were raised by the emperor and empress. Prince Asfar Wilson was first married to Princess Wallet, Israel Siyoam, and then following their divorce to Princess Medfarasia Wok Abebe. Prince Makanon was married to Princess Sarah Gizar. Prince Sahel Selassie was married to Princess Masinte Habti Mariam. Princess Raumenwalk married Desmach Bayene Merid. Princess Nagawak first married Ras Desta Demtu, and after she was widowed, and later married Ras Andergachu Masai. Princess Zenebewak married Desmach Haile Selassie Gugsa. Princess Teshi married Lieutenant General Abiye Abebe. Empress Menen built, renovated, and endowed numerous churches in Ethiopia and in the Holy Land. Prominent among these are the St. Raguel Church in Addis Ababa's Mercado District, the Kidani Merit Our Lady Covenant of Mercy Church on Mount Entoto, and the Holy Trinity Monastery on the banks of the River Jordan in the Holy Land. Give thanks, my Lord and Empress, Holy Menenai, King Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Bless the love, my Lord and Empress. Give thanks.
Yes, after celebration to one and all, as we continue the tribute to our glorious Mother of Creation, the Queen of Queens, Empress Itege Walete Gaigorgis.
Haile Selassie. Menen Asfal was born in Ambassal, located in Wallo province of Ethiopian Empire on the 25th of March 1889. She was the daughter of Asfa, Jantirar of Ambassal, and Empress Sehen Michael. Her mother was the daughter of the King Mikhail of Wallo, and her uncle was Laijiasu. According to both published and unpublished reports, Menen Asfal was first given in marriage by her family to the prominent Wallo nobleman, Dejazmik Ali Mohammed of Korecha, at a very young age, as was the prevailing custom. They had two children, a daughter, Empress Belena Shali, and a son, Jantirar Asfal Ali. This first marriage ended in divorce, and her Natal family then arranged for Empress Menen to marry Dejazmik Ahmed Ali Abadeus, another very prominent nobleman of Wallo. She bore her second husband two children as well, a daughter, Empress Desta Ahmed, and a son, Jantirar Gebrigzi Abir Ahmed. Following the sudden death of her second husband, Empress Menen's grandfather, Negus Mikhail arranged her marriage to Ras Loyal Sigd Etnaf Sejd, a prominent Shuan nobleman, who was considerably older than Empress Menen in late 1909 or early 1910. It is unclear whether Empress Menen was married to the aged nobleman and secured a divorce shortly afterwards to marry her royal groom, or whether there was only an engagement between them which was broken without ado. Empress Menen probably met Dejazmik Tafari Makanan, later the Emperor Haile Selassie, at the home of her uncle, Laijiasu. The rapport between the two may have inspired Laijiasu to attempt to bind Dejazmik Tafari to him more firmly through marriage ties. He therefore terminated the arrangement, whether marriage or engagement, between Empress Menen and Ras Loyal Sigd, and sent her to Herar to marry Dejazmik Tafari Makanan. Ras Loyal Sigd apparently did not hold a grudge against Dejazmik Tafari for this circumstance, blaming it entirely on Laijiasu, who had ordered it. Indeed, he was among the leaders who fought on the side of Dejazmik Tafari Makanan in the Battle of Sigali and died in that battle. The account given in the autobiography of the Emperor, My Life and Ethiopia's Progress, mentions no previous marriage or children of Empress Menen and no such order by Iasu, but states only that at the age of 20, they were married by their own mutual consent, and describes her as a woman without any malice whatsoever. When Tafari Makanan became Emperor of Ethiopia as Haile Selassie I, Menen Asfal was crowned as Empress at his side. Empress Menen had no children by Ras Loyal Sigd. Empress Menen was active in promoting women's issues in Ethiopia. was patroness of the Ethiopian Red Cross and the Ethiopian Women's Charitable Organization. She was also patroness of the Jerusalem Society that arranged for pilgrimages to the Holy Land. She founded the Empress Menen School for Girls in Addis Ababa, the first all-girls school which had both boarding and day students. Girls from all over the empire were brought to the school to receive a modern education. Encouraged by the Empress, who visited it often and presided over its graduation ceremonies. The Empress gave generously, as well as sponsored programs for the poor, ill, and disabled. She was also a devoutly religious woman who did much to support the Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo Church. She built, renovated, and endowed numerous churches in Ethiopia and in the Holy Land. Prominent among these are the St. Regal Church in Addis Ababa's Mercado district, the Kidane Merit Our Lady Covenant of Mercy Church on Mount Entoto, and the Holy Trinity Monastery on the banks of the River Jordan in the Holy Land. She gave generously from her personal funds towards the building of the new Cathedral of St. Mary of Zion at Axum, but did not live to see it completed and dedicated. When the Empress was exiled from Ethiopia during the Italian occupation from 1936 to 1941, she made a pledge to the Virgin Mary at the Church of the Nativity in Bethlehem, promising to give her crown to the church if Ethiopia were liberated from occupation. The Empress made numerous pilgrimages to holy sites in then British-ruled Palestine, in Syria and in Lebanon during her exile to pray for her occupied homeland. Following the return of Emperor Haile Selassie I and his family to Ethiopia in 1941, a replica of the crown was made for future empresses. But the original crown that Empress Menen was crowned with at her husband's side in 1930 was sent to the Church of the Nativity in Bethlehem. Empress Menen, although often seen wearing a tiara at public events that called for it, would never again wear a full crown. Empress Menen performed perfectly in the role of Empress Consort. In her public role, she combined religious piety, concern for social causes, and support for development schemes with the majesty of her imperial status. Outwardly, she was the dutiful wife, visiting schools, churches, exhibitions, and model farms, attending public and state events at her husband's side or by herself. She took no public stand on political or policy issues. Behind the scenes, however, she was the emperor's most trusted advisor, quietly offering advice on a whole range of issues. She avoided the publicly political role that her predecessor as Empress Consort, Empress Techu Bedel, had taken, which had caused deep resentment in government circles during the reign of Menelik II. The Empress and some of her family were placed under house arrest briefly during the 1960 Imperial Guard coup attempt against her husband at her villa outside the Genetlul Palace grounds in northern Addis Ababa. Following the return of the emperor and the crushing of the coup attempt, there was much speculation as to the conduct of the crown prince, who had been proclaimed monarch by the coup leaders. It was noted that the crown prince had accompanied his mother in a drive through the palace grounds, making stops at Imperial Guard posts to exchange pleasantries with the guards. On the night before the coup was launched, the ailing empress had been urged to visit the posts by security officials, who were concerned about the soldiers' morale and perhaps had an idea that something was brewing. The appearance of the empress with the crown prince at her side may have been used by coup leaders as an indication to their followers that the empress might sympathize with a movement that brought her favored son to the throne. It is extremely unlikely that either the empress or the prince had any idea of what was being plotted. However, a cloud of suspicion never left the crown prince, and the empress was deeply saddened by this. Following her death in 1962, the empress was buried in the crypt of Holy Trinity Cathedral in Addis Ababa among the tombs of her children. Prime Minister Aklilu Habtwol delivered her eulogy paying tribute to her charity, her piety, and her role as advisor and helpmate to the emperor, as well as her personal kindness and goodness. On the third day memorial and commemoration after the funeral, The emperor himself paid tribute to his wife by saying that although the prime minister had aptly described what kind of person his late wife had been, he wanted to say that during their 5 decades of marriage, not once had it been necessary to have a third party mediate between him and his wife, and that their marriage had been one of peace and mutual support. Later, the emperor built a pair of grand sarcophagi in the north transept of Holy Trinity Cathedral's nave, in order to transfer his wife's remains there and eventually be buried at her side himself. But due to the revolution, the emperor was not buried there after his death, and the empress remained in her original tomb in the crypt. During the ceremonial burial of her husband's remains in November 2000, the remains of Empress Menen were also disinterred from the crypt tomb and placed in the sarcophagus next to her husband in the nave of the cathedral, as he had originally intended. As the consort of Emperor Haile Selassie, Empress Menen is highly venerated by members of the Rastafari movement. One name Rastas bestow on the Empress is Queen Omega, which complements one of the names they give to the Emperor King Alpha as in Alpha and Omega. The later name is used to refer to the Emperor in the original version of the reggae song Rivers of Babylon by the Melodians, but all mention of him was removed from the more popular version by Boney M. Empress Menen Asfa seated in the center and standing women from left to right are Princess Sahai, Princess Tenegn-Werk, and Princess Zine-Bwerk, her daughters, and on the far right is Princess Wolit Israel Siem, her daughter-in-law. Empress Menen and Emperor Haile Selassie were the parents of 6 children. Princess Tenegn-Werk, Crown Princess Sfa Wasson, Princess Sahai, Princess Zine-Bwerk, Prince Makanan, and Prince Sahel Selassie. Empress Mene was stepmother to the emperor's eldest child, Princess Romanturk. Princess Romanturk was the daughter of a previous union of the emperor with Empress Altayak. The emperor's own autobiography mentions that his joy in 1941 following Ethiopia's liberation from fascist occupation was tempered by the grief of learning that his eldest child, Princess Romanturk, had died under detention in Italy. Princess Romanturk had been imprisoned along with her 4 sons, 2 of whom also died in Italy. The remaining 2, Djaz Match Samson Bain Merid and Djaz Match Merid Bain Merid, were repatriated from Italy after the war and were raised by the emperor and empress. Princess Sfa Wasson was first married to Princess Wolit Israel Siem, and then following their divorce to Princess Medferish Werka Bibi. Prince Makanan was married to Princess Sarah Gizah. Prince Sahel Selassie was married to Princess Mahisant Habt Mariam. Princess Romanturk married Djaz Match Bain Merid. Princess Tenegn-Werk first married Ras Desta Dam II, and after she was widowed later married Ras Andergachu Mesai. Princess Zine-Bwerk married Djaz Match Haile Selassie Gugsa. Princess Sahai married LT, General Abaya Bibi. Menen
Yes, as we continue. Honorable Empress Akim, the floor is
Blessed
yours.
love. Blessed love. Greetings, Warrior family. I'm honored today to be able to first give reverence to Empress Menen. You know, oftentimes in our culture and in our society, we don't have that standard of a woman to follow. So I'm humbled to be able to be in the presence of powerful women who I learned from as well, and who have followed in the footsteps of Empress Menen, you know, and of the teachings of Emmanuel, King Emmanuel, King Selassie, excuse me. I get nervous sometimes when I have to read, but I give thanks. And I'm honored to be able to read this poem, which has been one that I've loved even as a youth, by Maya Angelou. All right, going forward, I shall read. Pretty women wonder where my secret lies. I'm not cute or built to suit a fashion model size. But when I start to tell them, they think I'm telling lies. I say, it's in the reach of my arms, the span of my hips, the stride of my step, the curl of my lips. I'm a woman, phenomenal woman, that's me. Next slide, give thanks. I walk into a room just as cool as you please. And to a man, the fellows stand or fall down on their knees. Then they swarm around me, a hive of honeybees. I say, it's in the fire in my eyes and the flash of my teeth, the swing in my waist and the joy in my feet. I'm a woman, phenomenal woman, that's me. Next, give thanks. Men themselves have wondered what they see in me. They try so much, but they can't touch my inner mystery. When I try to show them, they say they still can't see. I say, it's in the arch of my back, the sun of my smile, the ride of my breast, the grace of my style. I'm a woman, phenomenal woman, that's me. Now you understand just why my head's not bowed. I don't shout or jump about or have to talk real loud. When you see me passing, it ought to make you proud. I say, it's in the click of my heels, the bend of my hair, the palm of my hand, the need of my care. 'Cause I'm a woman, phenomenal woman, that's me. Maya Angelou, give thanks, give thanks.
Yes, Royal Empress. Great, greatly done. Blessed.
Blessed.
As we continue.
Goddess representation, Empress Meneni, Queen of Queens. Queen of Zion Liberation, the Empress International. Worthy to wear Ethiopia's crown, to sit on Ethiopia's throne. Our mother of creation, lioness of conquering lion. Charitable, yes, spiritual, yes. Worthy was she to be called Empress. Queen Omega of King Alpha, divine blessed. Worthy was she to be called Empress. Knowledgeable, yes, hospitable, yes. Worthy was she to be called Empress. Queen Omega of King Alpha, divine blessed. Worthy was she to be called Empress. Beautiful light of godliness, a countenance that she possessed. Humble and fierce and serious, and virtue was mysterious. The essence of her loveliness was felt whatsoever she went. Present was discipline and strength, the fragrances of kindliness. Charitable, yes, spiritual, yes. Worthy was she to be called Empress. Queen Omega of King Alpha, divine blessed. Worthy was she to be called Empress. Knowledgeable, yes, hospitable, yes. Worthy was she to be called Empress. Queen Omega of King Alpha, divine blessed. Worthy was she to be called Empress. Woman of peace, benevolence, her utterance intelligent. Queen of pleasance, be heaven sent, a godly feminine aspect. Her comforter has queen of face, so prayerful and diligent. The soulmate of omnipotence, reflection of his holiness. Charitable, yes, spiritual, yes. Worthy was she to be called Empress. Queen Omega of King Alpha, divine blessed. Worthy was she to be called Empress. hospitalious, hospitalious. Worthy was she to be called Empress. Queen Omega, female the divine blessed. Worthy was she to be called Empress.
Queen Omega, Royal Empress, worthy was she to be called Empress. Queen Omega, I Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. As we continue, Empress Trisha, the floor is yours.
Blessed greetings, my Lord and Empress. Give thanks. As a disclaimer, we do not, the Council of Elders, nor the Woman Freedom Liberation League owns the right to any of the music. It's just purely for educational purposes. And we do continue. Give thanks, my Lord and Empress, as we celebrate our Mother of Creation. Empress Menen, as is known to have been devout to the traditions of the Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo Church, including honoring of the holy feasts such as Easter and Sabbath days. These traditions include much fasting and prayer, and strict observance of church rules and regulations. Ethiopians refer to Itege Menen as a God-fearing empress who was always praying to God. She was actively involved in humanitarian works and always mindful of the poor, the sick, and the homeless. Empress Menen built many churches with proceeds from her own account to give away large parcels of her personal estate. She visited the Holy Land 4 times and built a church and monastery on the banks of the Jordan River. In January 1945, she inaugurated the new Trinity Church and held a ceremony for patriots. In February 1945, Her Divine Majesty visited the Empress Menen Handicraft School, which was progressing and fruitful. A new annex was constructed to further house 300 girls, as it was noted that women were enjoying lesser opportunities than males. During March 1948, the St. Mary Church of Sebeta was completed and inaugurated by Empress Menen. She again gave her estate and resident area for priests and deacons in the St. Mary Church. In September 1948, Emperor Haile Selassie I gave instructions to the people that Ethiopians shall wear cultural dress so that the coming generations would follow this as an example. Her Imperial Majesty, Itege Menen, took that initiative to wear cultural dress for the first time in that year, New Year. Indeed, Empress Menen unveiled innumerable cornerstone deeds of splendor, and a lot of conscious women and men draw uncompromising inspiration from her eternal life the world over. Another reason Rastafarians obsess over Her Divine Majesty is reestablishing the influence and the impact of the goddess back among the African nation. Ashe, 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 oh my Lord and Empress.
Give thanks, Royal Empress, as we continue. Honorable Priest Sevens, yes, with a tribute to the Royal Empresses. Continue. Manuela Selassie, Jah Rastafari.
Oh, blessed love, Baba Shanti family. Give thanks and praise. Give thanks for, the gathering. So we were told to record this voice message, to contribute to the time of the feminine energy, So we give thanks for this time, from March the 23rd, going straight into Mama Meager Earth Strong, into April 3rd, So we give thanks and glorify this time, and my message I just want to say, the woman is not to suppress her womanly qualities, There are some statistics that say that man is more so logical and woman is more so emotional, And if we understand emotions are very powerful. That is the driving force behind our prayers. That is the driving force behind our aspirations, what we want to accomplish, our driving force behind our desires, the sensation of our desires, So with that being said, I did come up with a chorus, as the woman have that emotional power, the emotion behind a woman's prayer. Don't slight it, my Lord and Empress, a woman's prayer. The emotions behind it, the sincere, enthusiasm behind a woman's prayer is very powerful, So I came up with this chorus here, my Lord and Empress. A woman's prayer is fervent, the Lord's feminine servant. Jah answered Sarah's prayer. Ruth, Rebecca, Esther, Mary and Martha. Jah answers a woman's prayer. A woman's prayer is fervent, the Lord's feminine servant. Jah answered Sarah's prayer. Ruth, Rebecca, Esther, Mary and Martha. Jah answers a woman's prayer. A woman's prayer is fervent, the Lord's feminine servant. Jah answered Sarah's prayer. Ruth, Rebecca, Esther, Mary and Martha. Jah answers a woman's prayer. A woman's prayer is fervent, the Lord's feminine servant. Jah answers a woman's prayer. Ruth, Rebecca, Esther, Mary, and Martha. Jah answers a woman's prayer. In a holy Mount Zion, holy Mount Zion, Zion. Eli Selassie Jah, Rastafari, Holy Mama Migai, Selassie Jah, Rastafari, perfect balance, masculine and feminine energy, Most High, Selassie Jah, Rastafari, my Lord and Empress, blessed.
Glorify Honorable Priest Seven's contribution. Yeah, man. Coming from himself, giving his rendition of how he sees his mother. Glorify, and as we continue, the floor belongs to the Honorable Priest Knuckles, my Lord and Empress.
Royal family, give thanks today for life. Thanks to the keeper of life, our black savior, the black Christ. We give thanks for this day of celebration. Honorable Queen of Life, Queen Omega. Give thanks to all who have partake so far, all contributions. And we would take our role in honor to read our dialogue, our epilogue. My Lord and Empress. I and I, the children of Zion, pay tribute to our divine mother of creation, Queen Omega I, Jah Rastafari. The spirit of Empress Itege Menen Asfa is in all daughters of Zion. Her Imperial Highness was the divine example of Proverbs 31. Who can find a virtuous woman? She's priceless. Empress Menen earned herself loving titles of endearment such as Mother of the Nation or Mother of Mothers. As Her Imperial Highness juggled motherhood and nationhood. Having 10 children and representing the monarchy, especially when the emperor was traveling abroad, which was quite often. The Empress funded many construction projects, building the infrastructure of the new capital. I cannot see what more can Niges do. Empress Menen spoke the talk, had the royal swag, and fought the good fight to keep her nation free and independent. Queen Omega exemplified womanhood, having a large family that extends beyond her biological seeds. Her industrious nature was proven by the many inaugurations she attended for institutions she built, such as churches, schools, and factories. There was a flaw in her character. It was her respiratory illness which shortened her life. We pray that the light Empress Menen reflected that illuminated Ethiopia continue to shine through her daughters. As it is spoken, let us be established. Ashe. Holy Emmanuel I, Selassie I, Jah, Rastafari. Give Lord and Empress.
Give thanks, Honorable Priest. Glorify. Come on. Yes, that so this segment of our program and continue. Empress Menenaswa, we love you. Your worth is validated by your virtue. Your open, transparent nature is a virtue of trustworthiness. Your resourcefulness and industrious principles are only exceeded by your generosity and compassion. Your wisdom and skills are displayed in the sound decisions you have made daily and the wise advice you gave to your husband on matters of great importance. The strength and dignity of the royal ancestral bloodline is expressed in Her Imperial Highness's devotion to the Creator and stands out above all her virtuousness. Nigisti Kibiri, tribute to the Queen of Queens, Empress Menenai Haile Selassie Jah Rastafari. Give thanks. Royal Queen Mother Miriam, the floor is yours as we close this segment of our celebration. Royal Mother, salam.
Yes, Honorable, give thanks again. All what said and done beautifully, beautifully. I'm asking Priest Knuckles to track for me Matters of Salem. Blessing.
I don't find it in the sacred songs.
We have a redemption.
No.
All right. Does the hymn that was singing today that I came in and hear, do you, Sister Trisha, could you give me the name of it, please?
Mother of Salem.
No, Priest Knuckles say he cannot find it it's not in the secret songs and solo. It's more in the redemption, but you say it doesn't have one. So could you give me the
They think it in a redemption through the chair. They are ancient and modern, they got that find, you know. Not any of them find that guy in there. You know?
Priest Knuckles, give me a hymn. Anyone just draw him for me, I'll sing. Please, because I don't have a book to look and then I can't look.
She only touched the hem of his garment.
Oh,
Blessed
goodness.
love, blessed love, Sister Lily. Speak.
I have it.
You have it, Sister Lily. So track.
Let me get it in my bedroom. Mothers of Salem, right?
Yes, Mama.
Okay, I have it in the Jerusalem hymnal. Now I don't know what.
Blessed Lord, Honorable, I find
Okay,
it
I have it.
in the
Miriam, you
redemption.
ready? Is the
Hold
Miriam
on,
you ready?
Honorable.
Yes,
Blessed.
I am ready.
Okay, all right. I have a redemption and I did just find it still. I don't.
I think Sister Lily
Go on,
have
Mama.
it. Sister Lily
Yeah,
have
man,
it.
go on, Sister Lily. Go on, Mama. The floor is yours, and Mama.
Love my Lord and Empress.
Blessed Lord.
Ready,
One
Empress
moment.
Miriam?
Yes, Sister Lily, I'm ready, oh.
When mothers of Salem.
When mothers of Salem.
Their children brought to Negos.
Their children brought to Negos. The turned disciples drove them back and bid them to depart. Who's tracking?
Negos saw them where they went.
But
Study God,
Negos.
track.
trod where they went.
If you smile, I kindly said.
Priest
Got to
Adigan, take
start-
over the
We gotta start over. Can't sing like this.
Honorable Priest Adigan, take over the tracking, please. Since
If
you
you
have it in.
if you can't find us, find a hymn that I can go through, please.
Hold on, mama. Hold on, mama. Priest Adigan?
Yeah, that's a nice thing. That's a nice thing. Maybe Priest Adigan
Priest
can find it.
Adigan.
We can find it
Yeah,
and
yeah.
track it from the start. My lord.
Okay. Yeah. Let's see now. Coach.
Yeah, man. Step up, priest, step up.
When
It's your
mothers
Go
of
ahead.
sailor, the children brought to Negros.
When mothers of sailing their children brought to Negros,
Drove them back.
the turned disciples
Drove them.
beat them back. Me just not getting it. Me not getting the words.
Yeah, we're not hearing priest Adigan clearly.
No, we're not hearing.
My Lord and Majesty, Jehovah, Jah, Rastafari. When mothers of sailor
All right.
to Negros.
Okay. When mothers of sailing their children brought to Negros,
I drove them back.
Turn
disciples
them back and bid them to depart.
Jesus saw them ere they fled.
But Negros saw where they fled.
And sweetly smiled and kindly said.
And sweetly smiled and kindly said, teach the little children to come unto me. For I say, teach the little children to come unto me.
I will receive them.
For I will receive them and fold them in my bosom. I'll be a shepherd to those who drive them not away.
They ask to be, they give. To me, they
For
give.
their arms to thee they give.
They shall with me in glory live.
They shall be with me in glory live.
Suffer the children to come unto me.
Suffer the little children to come unto me. For I say, suffer the little children to come unto me.
Oh, soon may the heathen
How soon may the
of every tribe of
heathen
nation
of every tribe of nation
fulfill the blessed word
fulfill the blessed word
and cast their idol all away.
and cast their idol away.
Oh, shine upon us from above
Oh, shine up us from above
and show thyself the God of love.
and show thyself the God of
Teach
love.
the little children
For I say, teach the
come unto
little
me.
children to come unto me.
Chorus.
I, mm, do, mm, mm, mm. Mm, 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 mm. Mm, 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 mm. Mm, 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 mm. Mm, 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 mm. Mm, 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 mm. Little
Come
children
unto
to
me.
come unto
First and last. When
me.
mother seal them,
When mothers of
their children
Salem,
brought to Negus.
their children brought to
The third disciple drove us
Negus,
back
that disciples drove
and bid us
them
to
back
depart.
and bid us to
But Negus
depart.
south where we fled,
But Negus saw
and
where
sweetly
they
smiled and
fled,
kindly said,
and sweetly smiled and kindly
Suffer
said,
the little children to come unto me.
suffer the little children to come
Suffer
unto
the little
me.
children.
For I say, suffer the little children to come
Oh,
unto
so
me.
many, then after the tribe and nation.
Soon may the Eden of every tribe
Fulfill thy
and
blessed
name.
word and cast the idol all away.
Fulfill thy blessed words
Cast
and
their
cast
idol
their
all away.
idol away.
Oh, shine upon us from above
Oh, shine on us from
and show
above
thyself the God of love.
and show thyself the God of
Teach your
love.
little children to come unto me.
Teach the little children to
Teach
come
the little children to
unto
come unto me, coming down.
For I said, teach the little children to come unto me in a holy Mount Zion. Zion, Zion high, Lord holy Mount Zion. Zion, Jehovah, Jah, Rastafari. Give thanks, priest, sir, and give thanks, my Lord and Empress. My Lord, back to the chair. Blessed love.
Bless the love, Queen Mother. Give thanks. Yeah, we have to get a little fight, no matter how it going on. We don't know.
Yes.
So,
Yeah, man.
yeah, the little fight come and we conquer that and we move on.
My Lord.
Yeah. Man, it was sweet. Can't stop a night sweetness, no matter how them try.
Majesty.
The more we are together, the happier I and I are, and they can't stop that power. Glorify the power of empresses, the balance that the empresses bring among I and I, to I and I, with I and I. Without that balance, we could never be victorious. And as we reflect on our mother, if you look on the screen and you look at the pictures that are being shown right now, you will see the magnificence of our works. First of all, that's our family, very large family. Then as you go on, you will see apart from her pictures, as you go on, you will see now the works that she has done. And okay, here's one of the images. This is the school for girls. It's boarding school for females. Look at the gate. It reminds I and I so much of I and I Liberty with the arch over the gate and the writing on the arch. Shows you the magnificent work that our mother did. You know, when you look around the world, tracking first ladies, you rarely see much first ladies with any depth. The depth, look at this. Look at that structure there. That is not, pennies right there in that time. She spent some amount of her funds to construct these establishments here, these institutions. Now that's the monastery along the Jordan banks in Jerusalem. This is the monastery. That's how the inside look a while ago with the red rug and the chairs. Look at the chairs. Look at the quality chairs. Look at the setting. You know, and we're talking back then. We're not talking today, family. See, look at that. That's the magnificence of our mother's works. So many times, as the Honorable Priest Nappy said in the early, we tend to highlight the male because we are on the front line of the fight. But the female does immensely with what they have, because most of the time we leave them at home to hold the base, and we don't leave them with a lot. They have to be very creative, which our mother was known to be very creative. Here is the symbol of the school. Here is the symbol of the school right there, Empress Menen School. This is Culture Day at the school. This is the boarding school now. And here are some of the residents of the school, the students, dressed up for Culture Day. And remember now, doing this for females in that time was a taboo. It went against the grain. A lot of grumbling went on. A lot of ones thought that the money should go to other more strategic development. But the Royal Empress, she understood the worth of education, as was said in the early, where she got education in a time when education was restricted only for male children. So she understood what it did for her, and she wanted to do that for the rest of her female constituents within her realm. And she did. She has set the tone for Africa in general to bring the woman back to their rightful position. Colonization put them in the kitchen and the bedroom, took them from the center of the village where they directed the traffic, as you would say, directed the discussion, held the moral standard, held the open air court to, mediate situation. It was the female who did that back in the day until we came in encounter with outside influence. Royal School, we glorify the works of our
መሰናዶ ወይም መነን እየተባለ ስለሚጠራው ትምህርት ቤት። አሁን ደግሞ እቴጌ መነን የሴቶች የልጃገረዶች አዳሪ ስለሆነው ትምህርት ቤት ነው። ይህ ትምህርት ቤት በ1923 ዓመተ ምህረት በቀድሞ የኢትዮጵያ ንጉስ በነበረው ቀዳማዊ ኃይለ ሥላሴ ባለቤት በሆነችው በእቴጌ መነን አማካኝነት በኢትዮጵያ የሚገኙ ሴቶች ልጃገረድ ተማሪዎች እንዲማሩበት በማሰብ ነበር ይህ ትምህርት ቤት እንዲከፈት የተደረገው። ይሁን እንጂ ይህ ትምህርት ቤት በ1972 ወንዶች ተማሪዎችም እንዲቀላቀሉበት ተደረገ። ትምህርት ቤቱን በ2000 ዓመተ ምህረት ወደ መሰናዶ ትምህርት ቤት ተቀየረ። መሰናዶ ትምህርት ቤት ሆኖ መቆየት የቻለው ግን ለጥቂት ዓመታት ብቻ ነበር። በ2012 ዓመተ ምህረት ትምህርት ቤቱ በድጋሚ ወደ ሴቶች አዳሪ ትምህርት ቤት እንዲቀየር ተደረገ። ትምህርት ቤቱ ከ8ኛ ክፍል ከፍተኛ ውጤት ያስመዘገቡ ሴቶች ተማሪዎችን መልምሎ ነበር ወደ ስራ የገባው። ለወንዶች ደግሞ በአቃቂ ቃሊቲ ክፍለ ከተማ በሚገኝ ገላን የወንዶች አዳሪ ትምህርት ቤት ነበር እንዲከፈት የተደረገው። ሁለቱም አዳሪ ትምህርት ቤቶች በቀጥታ በ2012 ዓመተ ምህረት ነበር ወደ ስራ የገቡት። አሁን ደግሞ ለብዙ ተማሪዎች ተደራሽ ለማድረግ ከ6ኛ ክፍል ከፍተኛ ውጤት ያስመዘገቡ ተማሪዎችን መዝግቦ ለማስተማር ዝግጅት ላይ ናቸው እና እነዚህ ሁለት ትምህርት ቤቶች ደግሞ ተማሪዎችን በስነ ምግባራቸው፣ በትምህርታቸው፣ በማህበራዊ ህይወታቸው እና በተለያዩ ዘርፎች ውጤታማ እንዲሆኑ የሚያስችል ትምህርት ቤት ነው እና በአሁኑ ቪዲዮ ደግሞ ስለ ሴቶቹ አዳሪ ትምህርት ቤት ስለ እቴጌ መነን በትንሹም ቢሆን ግቢውን ላስጎብኛችሁ ወደድኩኝ። ተከታተሉ።
CorelDRAW Graphics Suite has core applications that work seamlessly together to provide you with all the
well right. Facility for future support and for the health. I want to make specific reference to the layout of the building and the way it's furnished, the quality of the architecture and the way it is furnished and laid out. You know, ones might have been wondering why this lengthy display, but I want I and I to really visualize the magnificence of what Empress Menen did. That's an example to the world, not just to Africa or Ethiopia, because her facility there can be compared to the University of the West Indies. When you look at how it's laid out, the different building structures there, it is no small facility. It is no shabby facility. It's a state-of-the-art facility. Look at the quality desks that are inside there. And I would like you now to take a look at the quality desk that is here in Jamaica at the Haile Selassie High School. Nothing to compare. The ones at Haile Selassie High School in the Western Hemisphere is shabby compared to those that we are looking at in Ethiopia. Look at the assembly of the princesses. Look at how they are well put together. You know, you can see order throughout this whole video. You see order, you see great structure. And when we look and see that the emperor came to the West and gave I and I a school in Jamaica, we can see how important education was for the monarchy. Both the empress and the emperor valued education because they understood that it was the only means by which I and I, as a masses of people, can bring ourselves up out of the degradation of poverty. See? So they emphasized it. That is what giving a school in the West to Jamaica did, you know. It emphasized it, it amplified the importance of education to the African world, people of African ancestry. So the magnificence of our mother's work must never be trivialized as it has been done over the years. Yes, family, moving right along, very colorful, very, you know, organized. When people think that Africa is the dark continent, you know, videos like this, yeah, dispel that myth or that misnomer. Yes, the land of the burnt face people, you know, the land of people of melanin, family of Kush. This royal family brings us to the open floor discussion in celebration of our mother, Royal Tech. You were saying something?
No, I was asking if the piece will close and then the discussion or the discussion and then the piece.
Yeah, we'll just discuss and then we can have an official closing after. Yeah, the floor is open for any observations, statements, questions, celebrated, you know, tributes.
Yes, my Lord and Empress. May I to share?
Yes, my Lord, the floor is yours, Honorable Priest Nappy.
Yes, give thanks to all of the works you know perform, you know, and the highlights of our matriarch empire, you know. Give thanks, over the years we have studied and read many of the Ethiopian traditions and I'm sure there's so many more throughout the whole of Africa. of mighty woman, you know, that has done mighty work that we don't even begin to touch the surface. We're just talking about in a one corner of Africa per se. When you look throughout the continent, man, there is so many things that the African woman has done, you know, and empires that they have run and, you know, contribution to society, break certain barriers down from just a one-sided thing, you know what I mean? And we give thanks to all of those things, you know. So give thanks for even bringing more closer the one them that we see like in Ethiopia now. You know, today you touch on a more in-depth on the tradition from an Ethiopian standpoint, you know. So I give thanks to that knowledge more, my Lord. But so far I glorify the program and all the energy that the ones that put in place, you know, my Lord.
Honorable priest, give thanks. And yes, rightfully said, you know, yeah, the works of our mothers throughout Africa has been monumental, you know. But and it's not that we purposely slight them, you know. Sometimes it might seem that way, but the struggle's so red. You understand? And it's continuing. It's not like it's over. Different struggles going on in different places. I just got a news that 89 Christians were killed by Muslims in the Democratic Republic of Congo in this week here. So I mean, the struggle don't finish when it comes to I and I life as African people. You know, the man said tribulation mark the way, long suffering, and yeah, that is proving to be right. You know, so we glorify, you know, when we have moments like this, when we can highlight the magnificence of the mothers, you know, mothers, women like Winnie Mandela, someone that a lot of one should be familiar with because she exists in our era. And we tend to slight what someone like Winnie Mandela brought to the table, what she did on behalf of the nation of Africa. Winnie Mandela, during her time was the longest, the woman that spent the longest time in solitary confinement. She was held in solitary confinement for the longest set of time as a female in the history of the world. See, and she went through that in defense of the South African people, in defense of freedom, in defense of the continent of Africa. See, a lot of people don't know that, don't highlight it, don't understand it. See, she defied the forces of South Africa, even though she knew her life laid in the balance. See, how many ones are willing to risk themselves and their family like that when you know push come to shove? Many women around the continent did it like nothing. It wasn't even a second thought for them to put themselves on the line in defense of their village, their family, their loved ones, you know, their nation, their continent. Just like in the time of slavery, many of our ancestors jumped overboard instead of being a slave. They chose a watery death. See, showing their bravery. Well, same way with the woman. They did not second guess things. They stepped up. And that's why they have the African proverb that says, when you touch a woman, you dislodge a boulder. And that boulder will run over you. See, it has been the woman of Africa that has been the saving grace of Africa. The floor is open, family.
Okay.
Blessed.
Unmute your mic.
Blessed love. And Patricia, did you call my name because I broke up?
Yes, your hand is up. Yes.
Yes. Blessed love. Give thanks and glorify for the celebration. And yes, we give thanks for Mama Mandela, Winnie Mandela, you know. I usually read up on her on Google. And we also give thanks for the name slipped me just now. Black Panther, Angela Davis. Yes.
And
Very
she's still with
militant.
us.
Oh yes. Oh yes. I, as a young 17-year-old, 16-year-old, you know, was ever conscious, and I always look up to Angela Davis, you know. When her and Patty Hearst put that stunt, that was the biggest thing in American news, you know. And the Black Panther party was also, you know, a good, you know, role model for young, conscious Black loved ones. So I give thanks and praise for all great women in the struggle. Empress Menenai, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari.
Yeah.
Happy celebration.
Mama. Key point, Mama Lily, key point, because the Black Panther Party had many militant women in it. If you read the history of the Black Panther Party, you know, you had along with you had people like Sonia Sanchez. You have our sister that is in exile, who for many years have been the #1 political female prisoner of the world, Assata Shakur.
Cuba. Yeah, in Cuba.
Yes, Assata, yeah man, Assata Shakur. So the Panther had great, yes,
auntie.
sir. Yes. So she was the real deal. People like
Oh yes.
what we're talking about right now were not just agitators. They were the real deal. They did not fight from the comfort of an air-conditioned office or a comfortable house with sofas and so forth in it. They fought in the trenches alongside the brethren there. Assata's incident occurred on the New Jersey Turnpike when they were accosted by police and there was a shootout and who died, and Panthers were deemed criminals and wanted to sentence them to death and to life in prison. And yeah, Assata had to flee to save herself. See, so yes, yeah, man. Give thanks to the mothers. You know, the floor is open for all contribution. Feel free.
Yeah. We have Priest Knuckles and Mama Miriam.
Honorable Royal, the floor is yours.
Blessed Lord, once again we give thanks. It's an honor and a privilege to be a part of this program as we glorify our Mother of Creation, who broke the mold that was placed around woman through religion and other adverse principalities. Remember, our fight is not against flesh and blood, but against evil principalities and powers that them set in place. When them take our mother out of the Holy Trinity and put her behind. And when His Imperial Majesty in 1930 brought her beside him, it was a change and a shift to break the old mold and the old principles and principalities that hold on our mother for so long. And we give thanks for her fulfilling the role as a divine mother. I mean, we give thanks to all the warriors. And as we are talking, we don't want to forget Nanny, who led the Maroons in such wonderful battle against the British. But as the Queen Mother, when we as Rastaman always a chant down Elizabeth, for the Bible say, the mother of harlot, all the kings of the earth sip of the wine and show our fornication all over the world. And we have glorified now that I and I as Rastaman come to that point in evolution to bring up our royal mother with such a divine liberty, to bring an example to all women, not just black women, to all women of right in the earth, you know, come stand up in such integrity and loyalty to our people, to our king, you know, most of all to the God. So glorify that example set by our Queen Mother, even today, as we highlight how many deeds, you know, the exemplary life that she lived. And we all hope that all empresses that hear these words and view the program or listen to the program might find a seed planted in them from our Divine Mother, you know, to step within such integrity in the earth, you know, and loyalty to our God, you know, and be a shining light in our battle against evil. Most High, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Give thanks, my Lord, and blessed.
My Lord, give thanks and all the praise. Queen Mother, the floor is yours.
And then Empress Karine. So,
Holy Emmanuel, I, Selassie, Jah,
Yeah.
Rastafari. Empress
Rastafari.
I, Selassie, Jah.
Rastafari.
All things bright and beautiful, all creatures great and small, all things wise and wonderful, our Lord God made them all. I give thanks, family, for our mother, you know, Empress Meme. It's the Psalms 31 say, who can find a virtuous woman, you know, for her price above rubies? And you know, so them think they're expensive and they're right. But rubies cannot come near our mother. So our price is above rubies, diamond, and gold. Our mother has lived a shining and a bright light. She has lived an exemplary life for I and I daughters to follow and to live, yeah, in dignity and in right, in principles. Come on, man. Our mother is beautiful. And today, all of us are celebrating her born day, right? So I, woman, give thanks, you know, and bless each and every one that take time out to celebrate with us, to give thanks to the queen of all queens, you know, mama of creation, right? So I'm all, and I daughters are following in her footsteps. I know me, I'm trying my best to follow in my mama footsteps because the life that she lived is so beautiful, so royal, you know, for I and I to follow. So today, I give thanks for her, you know, and her husband and family. Oh, I didn't even know my mama have 10 children. But every day, you learn more about her. And today, I've learned more about our mother, right? I give thanks to the teaching, the knowledge, the wisdom. And I do give thanks to each and every one that take part today to say something, to sing something, you know, about our mother. You know, give thanks to all the elders, you know, the elder empresses, them that are here. Give thanks to the young ones, you know, that are making this program what it is today. And I give thanks. I'm not leaving out my brother. I give thanks again for the words of Honorable Priest Nappy before this morning, before the program was open. Highly blessed and highly favored. You know, I do give thanks to each and every one. Heart of love and bless. And let us keep up this good work, teaching the young generation them, you know, about our mother, who she is, the life she lived, you know, beautiful. Yeah. All blessing and love, family. Love, 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 love. Give thanks, my Lord. That's my few words here. Blessing.
Give thanks, Mama. Give thanks. And family, I and I is blessed. You know how I and I blessed? I and I is so very blessed. Sometimes we tend to lose sight of the many blessings that we have, even in our low estate that we are. And when I say this, I speak of having the presence of a queen mother like Mama Lily. a queen mother like Mama Miriam with us constantly to keep us on the straight and narrow, to encourage us when we get a little down, to nurture us when we get a little feeble. We tend to go through all of those things as humans. And having these ancient mamas with I and I who have been there, who have made that sacrifice to walk with the Black Christ when it was not politically correct, when it was not favorable, when we could have easily been stoned just by wearing the gown and wrapping we head in at the fall and all of those things, because it was a new phenomena to the world. And you know how humans are. They fear what they don't know or understand. So the black heart man and woman was a fear to them at one point. But mamas like the two I just called were fearless. They left their home. Mama Lily left from a whole different island in her young age and came to Jamaica to learn from the Black Christ. And as we see today, she's reflecting that life, not just of the Black Christ, but of our mother, Queen Menen. So we are blessed family. We are blessed, and I must count those blessings continuously. The floor is open.
Empress Karima and then Empress Akim.
Empress Karima, the floor is yours, my sister.
Greetings, royal family. Give thanks, for the blessings of our mother of creation, Empress Menenai, Selassie Jah, Rastafari. Give thanks, as well for our King of Kings, Haile Selassie the First, who have put our mother forward, so that the world could see, her grace and her beauty and her splendor, in all her royal majesty. I do glorify as well all our honorable elders that are on the line that held forward, the liberty so that I and I young ones could come forward, give thanks to all the priests, all the empresses, give thanks for Emmanuel himself being obedient, that servant that came forward and, set the liberty on earth as it is in whole Mount Zion, that I and I could not ourselves. I do glorify all the empresses on the league right now, Honorable Empress Trisha, Empress Lily, all the empresses, Empress Miriam. I do remember some of the empresses that were inspiring for I and I as I and I have trod forward in the earlier times, in the early 2000s, like Honorable Empress Julia. I've seen ones in a lot of documentaries, that I would humble myself on the Sabbats and watch, and to see us reach this place where our mother is highly revered. I do glorify the strength, all the knowledge and the teachings that is coming forward. And, just seeing the beautiful pictures. I don't know if it was Honorable Priest Savannah that did, collect the pictures of the Ethiopian Church of the Holy Trinity, the Monastery of the Holy Trinity that our mother built. Because when I did my presentation first, it was specifically on that temple as well, where I showed how, she took how our mother took our priests, our holy priests that, steadfastly held, the services in the, little tabernacle space that I and I accustomed to seeing with the little dirt floors and stuff, which I do appreciate, love. And, I could remember the joy that I felt like I was in a whole nother world when I would sit and, see the priests, on the golden altar, the 7 golden candlesticks, and, I saw where our mother took them from in that hut setting. When in a presentation, I showed the hut where she, uplifted them into having the entire temple, and I was never able to see the pictures of the inside of the temple. So, I do glorify, the strength of the honorable bringing forward those pictures to show the splendor and the majesty, which we could see from the outside, but going inside, you could actually see even more of that splendor and that royalty, and I just want to give thanks for everyone that's here. I want to give thanks for the time that we're living in. This is true revelation time. Is the prophecies that are really being fulfilled now more than ever, and it's at a rapid pace, and as the priest used to say from in them times, study to make yourself approve, and not just, be like church goers, and this is something where we could see who were actually your church goers and who weren't, and not to say it's a competition or anything, but you if you really love something, you would take the time out to study and overstand. And that's the only way you could truly give the reverence, and in seeing her work, seeing such majesty within her and all the teachings that the priests have been teaching, a lot of things are being more and more revealed as time passed, even in some of our glory songs and our hymnals. And it's just a blessing for I to be able to live within this time and see the work that is being done, and just glorifying our mother, glorifying her work being done even through I and I too, and just feeling the whole essence. I don't know who feel this way too, but I feel like we're the ancient ones that have been with the creator from in the beginning. This type of vibration that we're doing makes me feel like we actually transcend dimensions, like we were with our mother and father from them times. We went through all the tribulation, and now we resurrecting in a fullness, in a sense, where we coming forward now with more might, more power, more majesty, and it's no coincidence why we're here, why Emmanuel, Marcus, all of us existed in this plane at this specific time, so that we can share the light of the majesties, through I and I works and through I and I diligence, and, bringing forward the truth. Because, the world might have pieces of the puzzle, but, I and I as Bobo Ashanti, being so close to the father and mother, have that piece that is missing, where the world have God and Goddess as this spirit or this spook entity.
So,
And the reality is the word was made flesh, and I have the true essence of the mother of creation, the true essence of the father. And that's the only way the world could be healed and saved, really and truly, knowing the King of Kings, knowing the Queen of Kings as well, and us being able to do these kind of things and have it even on YouTube for the world to see is a blessing, because regardless of all the other religions that do have pieces of the puzzle, I'm not going to act like as if they're not children of the Most High as well. And they had pieces of the puzzle to hold even while we were going through our darkness, or we were going through our age where we went through naturally our tribulation that actually made us go to sleep. Because we literally was beaten to the point where we blacked out. That's the reality, and all of that we had to go through still to be in this place where we know ourselves more. As we came out, we knew ourselves more out of that place of darkness into the light. Again, it was like we were in our mother's womb being held and nurtured and protected until we come forward now into this glorious light that we're living in right now. And, I just glorify our mother, just being able to be steadfast and diligent enough and, holding that firmness because, just like we went through, our mother went through, we are reflections of her. She
glorify
went through
Empress.
her dark stage, her place where they shoved her
Yes, sir.
aside, so I glorify our mother diligence, and humbleness and meekness, knowing that her will be done on earth as it is in Zion. So I glorify the
Sir.
faithful angels once again, our honorable priests, because I mean, there's so much things that I want to talk about, but I'm gonna leave it for another time. But some of the original prophecies were revealed to our mothers, our ancient
Come
mothers,
again, man.
like
The
Mama
Empress, like,
Mary, and Empress Lily. These are ancient mamas that have been diligent and humble, and from in the ancient days when the first prophecies were revealed, these are the same said ones, even though we had gone through the chastisement, we still held firm, and I just give thanks for ones being that example and that strength, but I will leave such reasonment for a whole another time so that other ones could be able to free up. But I do just glorify the strength and diligence of everyone to the will of the Most High. Selassie, Jah, Rastafari.
give thanks, Empress. Give thanks for that testimonial. Yeah, I can hear the passion in the eye, and yeah, we share the sentiment. Yeah, it's our father did justice to the woman in 1980. Yeah, we just celebrated it a week ago, the formation of the Women's Freedom Liberation League, seeing that it was time for the woman to be returned to her rightful position. Not to a new position, or giving her something that she never had. The man said, come to bring things back to remembrance. So in bringing back to remembrance, he brought the knowledge that our mother sat in prominence in ancient times. And it was time to return her to that prominence, see, in 1980. Officially, even though Rastafari did it from the onset, but officially for the world to acknowledge the Women's Freedom Liberation League. See, so we give thanks to the daughters of Zion. The floor is open.
Okay, and then Priest Advar.
Who next, you said?
Mama Lily May, and then Priest Advar.
Okay.
Blessed
Mama
love,
Lily.
blessed love, happy celebration. I'm Savannah.
Yes, Mama.
You know, said that Her Majesty did not only make a monastery, she also made a convent on the bank of Jordan
Yes.
for the holy woman there.
Yes, Mama.
And she also donated her palace in one of the province of Ethiopia to some nuns. She told one of my sisters, Sister Amma, and I Bingy daughter, that anytime we ready, we can come and have ceremonies there. So at her palace, which His Majesty gave her, she donated she made it into a convent for the daughters. And do you remember the movie Sarafina?
Yes, Mama.
Oh, I love that movie. As a little, daughter growing up, and Winnie Mandela was going through her struggles, and they made the movie with Whoopi Goldberg, Sarafina. I was in the Bahamas
Mama,
when I decided.
That I was privileged to see it in a off-Broadway presentation when the students of South Africa were on tour, touring the whole script of Sarafina. I was privileged to see it in Miami. It was a beautiful presentation. Well done.
I played that over and over and over in the Bahamas while I saw it on my TV. What is it? Amanla? Is that the word? Amanla. Aman.
Yeah. Yeah. The chant of freedom. Yeah, the chant of freedom.
Yeah, Amanla. And I'm not gonna take up too much time. But here in Ethiopia, I'm gonna give you a little story, okay? It's gonna be short. When I first come to Ethiopia, I used to wear a lot of badges. My guidance, we call them. But over the years, the pins have broken off, so I only have a Marcus Garvey that I wear diligently. But one day I went in Abusto. Abusto is the town in Shashamani that all the ancients come and peddle their wares. So one day I was buying clay. They have these clay pots that they made the coffee in, and they have some other clay pots that they put the food in. So I was buying one, and an elderly lady look at my guidance. She said, "Etta Jemenen." I said, "Yes, this is Etta Jemenen." And another day, I was walking down with a big guidance of His Majesty around my neck. And a young man, he looked like a soldier when I turned around and looked at him. He said, "The Emperor Selassie. Emperor Selassie." I said, "Yes, So, Emperor Selassie and Empress Menen is recognized to those who know their history, And,
Mama.
And September 11th is still the National Cultural Day for the Ethiopian people. We are cultural.
Yes.
So I give thanks and glorify and happy celebration. And whoever did that, I researched on the schools. Because when I first came, I wanted to go to the school, you know, but I never get to go. I went to Hara province and went to a Guru, His Majesty reincarnate, but I always wanted to go to the schools. But what a splendor, my Lord. I mean, it had me mesmerized, because I saw the building from outside, but when I look inside and see the interior, my Lord, I would love to have that for my archives, please. And thank you all for listening to me. I am very open. I love knowledge. And I give thanks for all my sisters. Sister Miriam, let's keep on standing up, Let's keep on, my sister. And Sister Trisha, like I always tell you, I appreciate you. And I miss Sister Dion here. Sister Cindy, I miss Sister Nishi. Sister, you don't know we have a sisterhood, We have a great sisterhood, We have a great sisterhood. The Women's Freedom Liberation League now. We have a great bond.
Mama Lily, and my sister them too,
Hey. Wow.
I'm my sister them too, so I know. We love you, Mama Lily. Mama Lily, we love you. We love you.
To the chair, can I just respond back to Honorable Empress to give her thanks for her blessing?
And you name mother, all rights are yours. Go ahead, Mama.
Yes, I just want to say thanks, Mama Lily, for being there in the land of the brave and the free. Let's keep up the good work down here while we go and do a thing back in the West here, because one day we are going to meet. So be strong, Empress, and thanks again for your blessing. I would just have to continue to up the folk. I remember we are the corner post of the Women's Freedom Liberation League. And that I see something in us. Why inform that league and give it to us. So I'll bless you and bless again to my, my tech and our Empress Trisha Powerful, and to the rest of the sisters, them. I love me, I say, love nothing else but love, blessed love. And to my lords, honorable. Priest Nakwazo, bless you. All of them, all of my brothers.
Peace and love.
Priest Savannah, love is there.
Mama, every time, Mama, every time.
Ja Earl, everybody, everyone.
Yeah.
I feel good.
You know, I'm jealous, so you make sure you throw me in there. All right, Mama, give that.
I throw everyone, Priest Savannah. I just a heart of love I got you right now, right? We can do, there's nothing else but love right now going through. All right, Majesty, blessing.
Who is next, Empress Trish?
Priest Advar.
Royal Ambassador of South Africa, the Honorable Priest Advar. The floor is yours, Honorable.
Mantla. Ayetu. Awetu. Power belongs to I and I. Selassie I. Jah. Rastafari. Yeah, man, give thanks for the celebration, each and everyone here, give thanks for our goddesses near and far, give thanks for Empress Menen Aspa, Menen, give thanks for the goddess of creation, Yeah, I just want to really glorify, our reincarnation, of even all our mothers, coming again same way, Through reincarnation, bring our flesh, in this time, bring back even the righteous woman, we give thanks for the Bobo Shanti woman, standing in this time, Yeah, the CM even ancient Winnie Mandela, CM Empress Taitu, we give thanks, And I like to sing, just a little rendition even of this chorus, Empress Menen will be there in my father's house. In my father's house. In my father's house. Empress Menen will be there in my father's house. There is joy, 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 joy. Yeah, Empress Taitu will be there in my father's house. In my father's house, Mama Taito will be there. In my father's house, there is joy, 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 joy. Selassie, Jah.
Yeah. Rastafari.
Rastafari. Give thanks, for all the ancient mothers reincarnated, with I and I on the battlefield. Yeah, the same mighty freedom fighters. Yeah, because I see these mighty backlocks and weapons. Yes, them, all these Empress, Harriet Tubman. Yeah, Nani. Yeah, we can mention all of these mighty freedom fighters in Empress Esther, Empress Dorette, Empress Miriam, Empress Lily May, and the list goes on. We can't leave none of them out, but just to name a few of our mighty leading empresses, coming down to these, empresses now as princesses, coming into this order same way. So we glorify, them same way, honorable, and glorify all the works from the mighty empresses in our Father's house, as the empress before speak about the coming again of the ancient soldiers, ancient warriors, governesses, goddesses, with I and I, we have to appreciate love them and glorify them, because they're standing in this battle, fighting this war, for the whole nation. So yeah, man, we approve them, man, and we glorify them. And that is my saying for this moment, my Lord. Give thanks to the royal empresses, on the battlefield with I and I. Holy Empress Menen, I, Selassie, I, Jah,
Yeah.
Rastafari. Peace and love again, honorable family, blessed, motherhood, brotherhood, sisterhood. Yeah, man, love, 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 blessed love.
Give thanks, Royal Ambassador of South Africa, Priest Advar. Yeah, man, for such. Yeah, as the Virgin call out certain amount of names. Yeah, we can't forget none of our sisters, those that are standing with us, wherever they are. Now, Empress Marina Blake, yeah, our attorney at law, our legal advisor, wherever she is. Yeah, we wish her prosperity, long life, health. Our royal leading empress who has stood from our father's time, Royal Empress Esther. Yeah, wherever she is, we wish her all the best. Good health, prosperity, long life. And all the empresses, four wings, Mama Sonia, yeah, Mama Blackie, sometimes we tend to not call your name enough, but Mama Blackie, I come from a way back when. A little quiet Jessie Black, sister of I and I. Yeah, one see her and you tend to not realize how long Mama Blackie been around with I and with I and I father. Yeah, we can't forget Mama Blackie. Mama
From
Bev.
she 10 years old. From she 10 years old.
Yes, from she 10 years and she is older than I. So give thanks for Mama Blackie's devotion to this liberty here. Mama Bev, Mama Sonia, yeah man, nah, forget the item. Just love and blessings to all the royal queens, yeah, on this glorious day. Let's see, yeah, we can't forget the warrior queen, Queen Nyabinghi, whose spirit we embody right now because she has been the defense of the continent of Africa from that time until this time immemorial. See, and it is said within the folklore that her spirit transfers from sister to sister throughout different eras as her energy is needed. Whenever her people fall in a certain disarray or in problems, yeah, that spirit rises to defend I and I. And so it did in 1936 when the emperor was elected supreme head of the Nyabinghi order. Seeing, but remember now, that great order that we are part of, was established by who? A royal, divine, feminine energy. A royal, divine, feminine energy. And as much as she was a warrior queen, her approach was not to take life. Her approach was to deter. What she did, she used a science to confront and disarm her enemy without confrontation. To confound, I mean, confound and disarm her enemies without confrontation. Nyabingi is a spiritual order, a scientific order that has little to do with the physical battle. It's more a battle of the mind. See, the music discombobulates our enemies and cause havoc. So we give thanks for the energy of the warrior queen that has defended the nation of Africa. See, so the woman in every aspect of our life has been invaluable, unreplaceable, irreplaceable. Yeah, the floor is open as we continue.
Blessed love. May I speak? I don't know why I don't have the raised hand icon any
Royal
longer.
Empress. Yeah, man, Royal
Yes.
Empress, the floor is yours.
Yes, give thanks. On one accord we are, I must say, because you just opened up what I wanted to speak of about Queen Nyabingi. Last night in my meditation, and just wanted to do a little extra study, you know, before us gathering today. I wanted to get a greater understanding in the spirit, you know, focusing on the spirit. What is the connection between Empress Menen and Nyabingi, being that they encompass the feminine energy, right? And knowing for myself, you know, and my journey into greater understanding of myself and my purpose. My father was a drummer, and I came to love the drums because I would often, when my mom was at work, I would have to go to rehearsal with him, and I would always sit at his feet, and I would just hear the bass, and I'm like, oh my gosh, you know, and I would look at him, it was like, he's amazing. How is he doing all of this? And I just learned to love the drums. And then as I grew, you know, and came in, you know, into the knowledge of Rastafari, I found that the drums again would just overtake me. You know, even as a youth, I would hear Nyabingi and I'm like, wow, you know, what is this? You know, and then continuing on in my walk, it was my desire to gift myself with a set of Nyabingi drums, and learning that Nyabingi was a woman, you know, who I would say led other women or encourage other women, you know, to walk in their power and their strength as warriors. And I was like, okay, so now we have Empress Menen and then we have Nyabingi. You know, what is the significance in that? And so in my reading, there was a quote. It said, among Rasta women, Queen Nyabingi, as well as Empress Menen, Asfa, is a symbol of women's agency to resist domination, right? And I was like, okay, so how does that, you know, relate to our faith when I look at Empress Menen, and then in our worship and our worship, you know, using the word war, how do we bridge those two together? And and I know it's not necessarily traditional now in, you know, Rastafari that women drum, right? I know what I'm called to. I know that that is my truth. And I say that we're living in times now where the women need to learn Nyabingi and be offered the opportunity to play Nyabingi. There is a group here in my hometown of elder women. I think that the youngest woman in that group is probably in her late 50s. And there is probably about 20 of them who play the drum, and they're women. Now there's one or two men who, again, who are assisting them and teaching them the tradition of the drum. But when I tell you, being in the presence of these women and then them being senior women, I mean, senior, some come in wheelchairs and they're playing the djembe, you know, playing the drum. It is the most powerful thing to witness and to feel. And so I just wanted to question what are one's thought around that, you know, the women learning Nyabingi, not just with the shakers, but getting their hands on the drum, you know? and in really encompassing the spirit of Nyabingi. And I also share this one experience that I had way before I understood my purpose, you know, with the drum. I had the opportunity when I was in my early 20s to play the drum, which was interesting in itself as well, because I'm a dancer and I would think that I would be called to dance versus drum. But again, walking in divine order, I was called to play the drum in a play, the Amistad play. And I kid you not, while we were rehearsing, we were actually outside. It was going to be displayed at an outdoor or like orchestra kind of setting. And I kid you not, I didn't know at the time what was happening, but I was playing the drum and I totally went into a trance. It scared me a bit because those a part of the play were supposed to be running while the drums were playing, and I zoned out. And I say that to say, we are being called as women to get back again to our ancient ways. Not that it will overshadow anything that is going on, right? Because we're talking about balance. But there's a power in that the women need to get back to the drum, you know? Drum and worship too, and I can't think of the scripture now, the specific scripture, but we were able to conquer war, not even really get into fighting because of our worship and the power of it, you know? And I just want to know what ones think about the woman fully getting into that essence of being able to, you know, usher in, you know, in times like when we're struggling, trying to figure out what's going on, Bobo Hill, and, you know, what's going on that is causing us to not unify, you know? Are we really talking about true balance? And what does that look like, you know? So I would like to know what ones think about that, you know? Give thanks.
Yes, Empress. Give thanks for the high declaration and question. I would attempt to answer it, but you know me, I am always ready to answer questions. But it's a family thing, so I will give the floor. I'll open the floor for ones to answer the Empress, and I will chime in, you know, if need be, at the end. The floor is open. Hear the question of the Empress. What do I and I, as I would say, that question more applies to I and I as priest. It applies to both the Empress to you know, Empress them can respond. But I think that the priest has a greater impact in this area. So I would open the floor to the royal family to respond to the Empress.
I pray thee. Can one repeat the question for I, please? I did not get the question. I pray thee.
How do we see the royal feminine energy, you know, taking a role in the physical order of Nyabingi? And the Empress made it clear, not just from shaking the shaker, but physically putting their hands on the drum and playing the instrument. See, so playing, conjuring the energy of Nyabingi. How do I and I see the woman fulfilling that role?
That's it. Give thanks, Priest Rasavana.
Can I go first, or do
Royal
the priest
Ancient
want
Priest,
to
the
answer
item, you
first?
know.
Okay.
Royal Ancient Priest, I'd give the item floor first. I hear Priest Nappy voice running back. Priest Nappy.
Yes, I think the Empress did ask a question and stuff. What is like the correlation between like Ethiopia or the monarchy of Ethiopia with Queen Nyabingi? And in a short version, Queen Nyabingi is basically, Queen Nyabingi was before even a lot of those empress, I mean, in Ethiopia time. Because she's from like around the 1700s and somewhat. And she was from Rwanda, Uganda, and Tanzania, right in that right era there, before them do the split up. But that is the era where them sister come from, you know, right from Rwanda and Uganda and things like that. And she was one of the notable person that we named there that upheaval and wipe out certain ism and bring woman to a glory themselves where other women could have fallen up to them pathway. and could always use them as a reference to stand up to certain truth and rights. You know, so I think that, you know, in other area, the culture, them, remember a lot of things have come from Ethiopia, you know, and have come down, you know. So a lot of the same culture where I come from Ethiopia, gonna come right through Rwanda, come down all the way down to East Africa. You know what I mean? So I would think that being in another area there, that's how the culture really, you know, the connection is. Plus, I and I as races now in the West, you know, get the connection from the royal monarchy of Ethiopia. And also from Naya Bingi, the music that we play, which is dead to all black and white oppression. You know, so, you know, that is where we link up at the coronation. Basically, it's just point of references in our life where history, where we can look in at history and get back our connection. You know, and we get the connection of Queen Naya Bingi, and we get the connection of the royalness of Ethiopia, which we delve in depth more in some of the royalties of the empresses and the empress side today. You know, so that's how I see the connection, empress. You know, my lord.
Glorify and our priest. Yes, glorify and our priest. Yeah. Nothing to add to that. Floor is open for other ones to attempt to answer the question that the empress asked.
Mama Lily, hand is up.
Mama Lily, Royal
Blessed
Empress.
love, blessed love,
Yes.
happy celebration to one and all. Well, we as daughters, when we in a house, we would sneak, you know, and play with one little 1, 2, but it was forbidden because it come like the drums were holy, you know, and we wasn't supposed to really touch them. But Empress Akim, there is a daughter, Sister Esther daughter, Princess Nadia or Empress Nadia now. She is a performing drummer. She puts on shows, you know. And I would like to say September 11th, Ethiopian New Year's, you will have the little princesses them come around with their drum and they'll go to house and play. They usually come at my gate and they'll be playing and playing, and you have to open your gate and give them, you know, something, a blessing, you know, and they go from, and these are little princesses, they dress up in their best, you know, and they come, you know, around to each house.
That sounds lovely.
Yeah, and they play, you know, they play the music. That's my two local input.
Give thanks,
Bless you,
Royal.
Mama. Give thanks.
Honorable Priest Knuckles, Honorable Priest Earl, any other ancients on the platform would love to hear from the item in regards to the question of the Empress. Want to hear
My
from
Lord and
everyone?
Empress,
Would love to
one
hear from
perfect
the
love.
ancient. Honorable Priest Earl, freedom.
Yeah, well, just like how you the Royal Empress answer say, come remember the church where I know, where everyone know. So here the Empress didn't answer that way, you know what I mean? Yeah, sure. You know, the camp, you know, it was as the Empress said, forbidden. You see? But, I don't know from did say, the Empress, them now, must take the lead, they will get a total freedom now, could have played the drum, right? Yes, so, you know, as the Empress say in Ethiopia, but normally when we see the priests them gather in Ethiopia, most of the time the priests them we see, or the male figure, we see, right, I play the drum, you know what I mean? Within the Nyabingi harder now, well, I see a different. I see Empress do play the drum, but what I know about the drum now, when an Empress reach certain month in a pregnancy, the drum carry certain.
Is that I or the Royal Priest that chip out?
You know what I mean? yes, you know what I mean? The Empress them could have correct me if anything like that, you know? And when I went to even St. Lucia, there was a Empress that was in her 50s. So she stopped seeing her, you know, her monthly there. But I tell them, so the drum is so powerful that it'll bring down that because she come a service every Sabbath, you know. And the drum do bring down, you know, our monthly. So the drum is very powerful. So it's not that a Empress wouldn't play the drum, but anything could have gone with her temple. At that moment, she just stops her monthly and the drum, around the drum, that come down right away. So I'm here to be corrected. One perfect love.
To the chair? To the chair?
Yes, Mama. Yes, Mama.
Yeah. Before I came to the foundation, my husband had a set of drum, Tete Funde and bass. And so him and him daughter them, you know, Honey and Judith, Nadi, they would play. They would play, you know. Me and him never have any son, so the daughter them. But when we came to the foundation, Majesty, that could not happen. They give us a issue, say, woman is not allowed to touch the drum, right? So we could not, we'd have forgot that part there, and we couldn't do it. We can't even go near the drum to tell you how it was on the foundation, right? So naturally, we just tell you them, say, I and my sisters weren't allowed to touch the drum. Sometimes when a virgin see a little princess, take your hand off of the drum. You understand? So that's what I'm saying. We're not allowed.
Yes,
And if I'm wrong, well, we here. Give thanks.
True, Empress Miriam, true.
Not sis.
Well, if nobody else have anything impactful, I will jump in here.
Can I-
So,
Empress Karima's hand is up.
oh, Empress, go ahead.
I pray give thanks once again for, you know, such a reasonment. This topic have came up several times and I've had to reason to ones on the scientific aspect of the liberty because, you know, of course, I don't want to get caught up in, you know, feminism as I've always explained to ones, you know, when I'm reasoning, especially coming from the Women's Freedom Liberation League perspective, I would always let ones know that I liberty was never liberty that we had to fight for our equality and justice when it comes to our rights. It's something that was natural. And with Emmanuel coming forward and setting the Women's Freedom Liberation League, it established our freedom even more, you know. And as you know, as I've been explaining to ones, you know, if we study from the ancient times of ancient ones like Mama Esther and prophetess Esther and Huldah and these empresses that are spoken of within the scripture itself. It speaks about King Hezekiah and those brethren that actually had to go to these empresses to interpret certain, not just certain, a specific law book. There was a law book in the ancient time that the Bible talks about, right? And if we study history more, which has a lot to do with the Sibyls, as I mentioned before, the mother of creation actually had her daughters of Zion that had certain eyes. And that's why I honor and respect Empress Lily and Miriam and these empresses that came before me, because I see them as such. I see myself as such as well. Ones who are connected from in them ancient times received the first prophecies. They call it sibling. Before there was a Bible, a Torah, a Quran, any of these things came about, there were the sibling books, right? Which was some prophecies, the same Deuteronomy, all of these things came up from these prophecies that were revealed to the daughters of Zion by our mother. That's why to this day she could have gave her crown. Some see it as when she gave her crown, she became weak. But she passed the baton on to her daughters because she knew we would carry through the work, right? And from them times, we always had, that's why I honor and respect the priesthood, I honor and respect Emmanuel, because we always had the Magi. This is what they were, these women, prophetess or priestess from in those times, even before there was a priesthood, there was a prophetesshood, there was a priestesshood, right? And this is history. This is no competition or anything. It has nothing to do with competition, right? Now, I say all of that to say that in this time, with I and I being a part of the Nyabingi, nothing new, because we are who we were from them times. In this time, how the order is set, as the honorable priest said, this is a science, right? It's nothing that is just, we just celebrating, we holding an order, we having churchical ceremonies. It's a science in itself. So every single one have their duty and their role to play within this science. The brethren them playing the drum, having robes on, that in itself is fast masculine and feminine energy together. The drum sound is Nyabingi drum sound. That's her in herself. The brothers doing the drumming with her being conjured, if you want to say that the word conjured, is a science in itself. So the power of the masculine and feminine energy in the church, in the tabernacle itself, is a science. So this is why I try to tell ones, not try, I tell ones, I and I as humble daughters of Zion, we never, I mean, some of us do. I am not going to speak for everyone. Some do probably want to beat the drums and, you know, beat Nyabingi and what's it not, the Daniel band, they want to touch the drums and you know, because it's something that'll just make you feel like you want to do it. You understand? It's such a powerful vibration. You as a woman also would want to sit down and beat a drum and stuff. But I feel in myself, based on how the structure of the tabernacle is set, we see the mercy seat. We see the 7 golden candlesticks upon the altar. When it can be filled at 7, it's filled at 7. Even if someone isn't there physically, it's there. The 7 golden candlesticks are there, even if all 7 aren't lit at the same time. The mercy seat is there, and for whom might not be aware, which was it was revealed to me. I mean, some might challenge me, it's okay, but what was revealed to me as well is our mother's presence is always there as well, which is the Shekinah energy that's spoken of in the Kabbalah, right? The Shekinah energy is always in the tabernacle setting. It's always there, hovering over the mercy seat, giving light onto the 7 golden candlesticks. So is Nyabingi. Once them brethren hit those drums, Nyabingi is there. So the masculine and feminine energy is always perpetually there within the tabernacle itself when we give in reverence, when we beating the drums, when we singing our choruses and hymns in one unison, in one accord, so that it could reverberate through the earth the way it should be. You understand? And again, not taking away from the woman, right? Or, you know, her desire. But I feel personally in the tabernacle itself, woman should not be beating drum. It's just a natural set out of how things should be and how it is at this time. Who knows what the future may bring? Who knows what may come as time go? Because we grow, we manifest, like His Majesty say, you know, if we don't continue growing and evolving, then it might as well we be dead. You know what I'm saying? But at this given time and from them time, when it comes to the tabernacle setting, how it's set, is not the woman's role to sit down with drums between her leg, beating drums
Thanks.
for the ceremonial and the Isis aspect. Is a order in this and is a discipline. So we should not feel as women, oh, we need a right to be able to beat drum. Then we bringing in the feminism, and we don't want to do that. We don't want to find ourselves in that situation. Although the reality is, women have been suppressed in, I don't know how much, I can't say the Bobo Ashanti fully, but from my observation growing in Rastafari and seeing the churchical aspect, the first aspect that I saw was Nyabingi. And a lot of the women have been suppressed. They couldn't do this, they couldn't do that, they couldn't even speak. However, when I came to Bobo Ashanti, and the mystical thing is, I was never raised in a churchical setting. I was raised by a Rastafari mother and father, yes, but something in me always yearned for a churchical setting. That's why I kind of drew to Nyabingi when I see them come to the schools and stuff like that. until I would hear my parents speaking, especially my mom, of how, sad it is to see so many women have gone crazy because they were so suppressed. But when I came to Bobo Ashanti now, when I was 19, and I saw the freedom, I saw a mother of creation being hailed, it was a whole different vibe for me. I saw where the woman had her rights. And I saw the Women's Freedom Liberation League. It was a glory for me. It is a glory for me. So I don't want us ever to get caught up in that feminism, like we have to fight for rights and feel like everything our brethren do, and I must do. Because it's
Give
deeper
thanks.
who we are and our role than having to try to, fit the shoe of our brethren. Give thanks.
Well said, well said, Royal Empress. Well
Yes,
explained.
Rastafari.
Yeah, man, well explained. I will expound on what you have just said. You made 2 points. I want to start with this one. If there is no other person wanting to contribute at this moment.
Real quickly, Priest Vasavana, I just wanted to make a point. What Empress Karima said and wonderfully said, I would say that was wonderful. But I want to make a point that when ones are considering being able to, make some shifts or changes within certain traditions, it's not always coming from a perspective of wanting to fit in or to, you know what I mean? Some ones are called to certain things, right? And with that, again, patience alone and allowing the transition to happen if it unfolds that way. Again, looking for divine order. I think it's very important that when ones address certain things that may shift tradition, that it's not always coming from a place of wanting to fit in. That is a very sincere viewpoint, because there's going to be many ones, whether it's myself or others, who will come knowing their gifts and their contribution, but it may not come from like what you had mentioned, this feminist kind of thing. I want to make sure that we embrace, right, the truths of ones and not look at it from, I would say, for lack of a better term, an egotistical kind of way, give thanks.
Yes.
I pray.
All right.
Yes,
Hold on a second. I will jump in right. I will jump in right there, Sister Karima, for a second.
Unmute your mic, please. My mic is not on.
Yes, I said, Empress, you did a good job. You don't need to go any. You don't need to go any deeper. Everything you said, you covered even what Empress Akim just said, because you said you don't know what will happen in the future. You left that door open. So that spoke volumes of what you said. Now, in regards to 2 points that you made, one being something that I heard growing up as well, the Empress giving her crown made her weak from that point on. That's a very, very important point that you brought up. You kind of just ran over it, but it's something that I want to focus on because it was a topic of discussion, and I think it has a level of importance. The symbolism, we have to see now her piety right here. This is where her devotion is amplified, because remember what she did, when she went into exile, she stopped on her journey to Bath for a period of time to pray at the different Oriental Orthodox chapels, tabernacles, whatever you want to call it, churches. And at the Nativity Church in Bethlehem, she made a pledge. She swore that if her nation was redeemed from its burden, she would sacrifice her crown. And she fulfilled her promise, showing how devoted she was to her word. That sets her apart from many ones. You understand? She did not just pray for something and when it happened, she forgot what she pledged or what she promised. She fulfilled that. now becoming weakened, they're looking at the temporal crown as being the strength. It's the woman that's the strength. It's the goddess that empowers the crown, not the crown empowering the goddess. So to look at it that because she did no longer, she chose not to wear the triple crown and only wore a tiara, that she was weakened. No, she empowered the crown. And what she did was a very powerful gesture, seen, and should be seen as an example to all ones, especially the female. Because here again, the woman is making a sacrifice on behalf of life, like what women do every month in their monthly cycle. The woman is again making an ultimate sacrifice, giving up her glory, because that is what that is seen as in the physical world. The crown is seen as a glory. And she gave up that, never to be worn again, because through the rest of her lifetime, she never wore that a triple crown again. Only a single crown, a tiara, while the emperor continued to wear his triple crown when needed. So it's a powerful thing she did, not a diminishing thing. Now, secondly, the drumming. We spoke about the science behind our theology, our ideology. What King Emmanuel was teaching us was scientific, family. Europe did something, just like how they separated church and state, they did something when they taught a philosophy that science opposed theology. That was a misnomer, and a purposeful misnomer fed to I and to the world. Because science, the definition of science is the pursuit of truth. Now, if the pursuit of truth cannot establish the authenticity of your theology, then your theology don't have no authenticity then. Because your theology is based on science. And you use the proper word, Empress Karima. Conjure is a word I often use because I'm trying to get it back into our reality. We always say word, sound, and power. That word, sound have power. If word, sound has power, then having mastery of words give you power. You become a very powerful person when you master words. And if word, sound again has power, knowing how to combine the words again conjures power. By combining the right words, you create the process of conjuring. Conjuring is used to open up portals in the multiverse. Those portals now are portals of energy, portals of knowledge, portals for different aspects of I and I reality. So the mastery of I and I in words creates that. Now coming back to the music now and the science of the music, there is a reason why the female, not just in Rastafari time, but through ancient time, were never the royal drummers of ceremonial orders. Now you have different aspects of drumming in which the woman has always been free to partake, or maybe even have established those genres of drumming. See, you have a thing they call in the African culture a drum circle. Within a drum circle, you often see females partaking. That level of drumming does not bear heavy on the temple. And I give thanks that I love to listen, because the Honorable Priest Earl did a magnificent job a while ago in his simple explanation. Maybe he didn't realize how scientific he went with it, but that is science. In drumming, now, we all who have been drummers in this order who have sat around a drum for a night, because a Naya Bingi drummer is not a half an hour drummer, you know. It's not an hour drummer or a 2-hour drummer. A Naya Bingi drummer will sit around a drum for 6 hours, 8 hours, even 10. I have seen Priest Shani and Priest, oh gosh. Anyway, I've seen our drummers.
Priest Kitty.
Priest Kitty. You know my brethren. You know Royal Priest. Yeah, man. Priest Shani and Priest Kitty sit down around that drum for 10 hours straight. Now, if you reason with Priest Shani and Priest Kitty, like myself, you see, when we sit around the drum for many hours, when we get up and we go to free ourselves, there's a tinge of blood in our urine. Drumming takes a lot of toll on the temple family. There's a science behind it. And you said something, Empress, earlier in your reasoning, where you said you, Sister Akim, you fell into a trance. It does that to you. That's why a drummer can sit around a drum for 10 hours, because he's in a trance-like state. His body is not calling for water, food, or anything, maybe only to free. When the drumming stops for a moment, he might want to go free himself. But your temple desires nothing during that period more than you're transcending into a different realm through the vibration of the music. Your energy vibration is heightened to close to that 700 hertz, to where now you're taken out of the physical world into that spiritual world. And that takes a toll. Any drummer will tell you after a night of drumming, it takes a moment to recoup, for your body to regain itself. As a mother, as a woman, the way your plumbing is set up, as the priest rightfully say, it will bring down your monthly early. You will just come off your monthly, and that will bring it back down immediately almost. So there's a reason, there's a scientific and a biological reason behind the woman not being a Naya Bingi drummer now. I'm not talking about any other genre of drumming, but Naya Bingi. Naya Bingi is war drums. It's defense drums. We have turned it into ceremonial now, but originally the energy that the Empress Queen Naya Bingi placed in drumming was in defense of her people. So it was in preparation for war. So it takes meditation and it takes duration, a time. You would not last any period of time. See? So you would start, maybe you go through a night. By the next night, when you're needed, your monthly would be down. So it's not conducive to your biological construct to take on that type of task. So while we are equal and we have the rights to be equal as man and woman, we are equal, but our roles are separate. I and I don't have children. The man does not carry children. We carry the seed. You bear the children. You carry the physical child. So our roles are equal but separate. And I leave it there because I see like the Honorable Priest Knuckles is ready to chime in. Majesty.
Blessed love, royal family. Very interesting turn the reasoning take and glorify. Empress Kareem. You're a special empress. All of the empress, them special. You have a special vibration, you know. I just want to say, the priest Earl put it in it's simplistic or basic understanding of why in the churchical order we wouldn't have an empress being the judge. And if you look at it biologically, you're open, you're open for the sound to go in and disturb. And for the sake of childbearing, that is not a proper tradition that you want to follow. I remember watching the movie, the warrior queen the other day. And when they decided to take up that role, they all gave up that possibility of childbearing to fulfill that particular role as warriors. So the two things don't really go together. Nevertheless, as we unfold, it's only now after 40-something years as a Rastaman that we are celebrating Queen Empress Omega Bergstrom. All the years we want to celebrate the king. So as we go forward, as it was in the beginning, so shall it be in the end. As we go forward to the beginning, enough things are going to unfold where we are not doing now that might be done in the future. Now there's something I listen when you hear the talk, Empress Akeem, the ladies that were drumming, where you said the youngest age was about 50-something years old.
Yes,
That
bless
is
it.
past childbearing age. So I see something that is arising that we might not see now, but it's something ahead coming where a set of empresses who surrender that aspect of womanhood as childbearing might be taking up the jump, not necessarily in the church order, but within a setting where you rise up a set of warrior empresses and that feminine energy to add in the battle, because none of the empresses them that we talk about early in history followed necessarily the tradition them come see. They break the barriers. That's how we highlight them and glorify them, because they went beyond barriers that were set and norms that were set, you know? And we now say, we want to go but break the barrier in the church order. What I'm saying, the potentiality of having empresses play drums, not in the service, but within a setting where they are amplifying their feminine energy in aid of our cause and our struggle. I see that quite possible, Empress. You know, as I said the other day, say, as Bobo, we don't get to the point that we call an empress, a priestess, a prophetess, but that is to come. When we're talking at the Bible, we read about Jeremiah, the prophet, but so was his empress also. I don't know her name now. And King did send for a time for the prophecy from the Almighty. So it's not beyond the reality or possibility, you know, of that happening. But as I said, for the protection of those that to bring forth children, we wouldn't allow that now amongst ourselves, you know, because it can be destructive or harmful to a one, especially if you don't understand the vibration of the drugs and all that, you know. That's just my take on the matter. Blessed Lord.
Royal here, you also had a little piece what the priest say, could I?
My Lord.
Yes, even when it come on to the little youth them now, you have to monitor little youth playing the drum. You can't make him play the drum too long, because when him get up in by urine blood, right? Because the amount of tension is like a fighter pilot that are making G-force when you're playing the drum. So you feel like when you see the fighter pilot, them kind of strap down them thing in the suit. So sometimes when you're gone into that motion, it's like you're going to through a G-force, the energy that is taking place inside of you. So as mothers, you don't make your prince play the drum too long. You can play for half an hour or even an hour. But you have to monitor the little prince, because they get up on you in blood. You know, the priest remind you that normally when you know. 'Cause I play drum, you know. I don't play drum too long. I give it away quick as I start to play. Yeah, I love the drum, but not too long, you know. I love to share it, you know what I mean? And to work it out for the Empress them now, just like how you have the 23rd take place first week, right? And the Empress them now that stand up and chant and things like that. You know, well, if you frame it round the mama them right now, you know, say, all right, them get a little hour and a half to show their potential at that moment, because that is the moment the Empress them take. Not on the altar, but they stand up and chant, and the priest them still left on the altar, you know what I mean? So, Daddy said them could have gone in front, who could have played a little drum at that day, you know what I mean? With a 5-piece of the priest them or how it goes, for a little moment, we are doing it, you know. And just like what we could have said, Mama Migo High, Selassie High, that it was not tradition amongst us, but we still do that. Yeah, man. I'm starting to be corrected. Bless you.
So the chair have a question.
Majesty and honor, please, Earl, as usual. Yeah, you're simple, but you're very profound. Give thanks to that, my love. Honorable Mother.
Yes, I am just asking. Brethren who sit, my Lord, and play the drum, they have to put the drum between them legs, right? Up near to their lower part. You think after a while, it will affect them, you know, by having the drum up near to their lower part. Majesty, is just a question, and it just come to me. I said, let me ask. I hope it is not a serious.
Yes, Mama, give thanks to the question. You see, in this thing, we're learning a lot of things that we are just understanding. We are just understanding certain things now, you know, scientifically and medically. Seeing our Father brought back the remembrance of these things to us, but the full context of it is coming back in pieces. Now, just like the fasting, all of these things are coming back, but we are just getting back to the fullness of it. Because the fasting, just like how you prepare for Sabbath, you prepare your house, you prepare everything, your mind, your body, everything for Sabbath. Fasting as a preparation. Same thing with drumming. The drumming as a process. There's a science to it. Seeing the length. Priest Earl made a very key point. The duration. We tend to do things to prove our religiosity, to prove our militancy, to prove our manhood. So we will sit down around that drum for 10 hours. When a medical practitioner will tell you that that is unhealthy. If you do that for any length of time throughout your life, you will have adverse effects from it when you get up into certain age. And these are facts, things that might not seem like anything to us when we are young, because our body is still developing and growing, so we can outgrow our you know, get beyond a certain trauma when we are young. When we get older, seeing the scars left from those trauma is what comes to haunt us as we get older. Seeing, so sitting around the drum for 10 hours as an individual is not healthy. So going forward, those are some of the things that we would like to regulate, to know that a musician doesn't sit around a drum for more than a service. A service shouldn't be more than 5 hours. So 5 hours would be a duration of an individual drummer. And even within that, depends on the tenseness of the service, because we have had, and the royal priest can attest to this, we have been involved in services where the height of the service is high the whole time. The current high, you're emitting a lot of energy. Your vibration is up there, and it stays up there for a long period of time because the entire service stays on a level. When you come down, for the first moments, you feel light. When you step out of the tabernacle, you feel like you're kind of floating, hovering. But as time goes on, you feel the drain. Sometimes you go home, you go up to your gates, and before you know it, you drop a rest. because the body is drained and it has to rejuvenate itself. So we have to start to look at things now scientifically and medically in our development. And I will make one example before I turn over the floor to ones and ones. I saw a documentary maybe 2 years ago, because I am a history follower. So I follow the Dalai Lama and his development and stuff. So his sect of priests, Buddhist priests, 2 years ago, released a video showing that as priests, they have just incorporated a science department in their livity. And in the video, they showed you the new science building, you know, and the lab and everything is state of the art, developed just like any normal lab and thing. But what was weird is seeing the Buddhist monks in that lab being the students and the teachers dressed in their traditional garments. See, and what the Dalai Lama explained in that video is that in observing life, in evolving in life, their tradition reached the point where they realize now that they have to incorporate science in it. And he spoke about it. He says, contrary to the normal belief that science opposes theology or you know, faith-based belief, it doesn't. And they came to that point of reality themselves. So now in their development as priests, as Buddhist priests, they are developing a scientific reality to their livity. So they will be more advanced in what they do, maintaining health and longevity by their practices, which is what we also have to do, which is what we are doing, especially the Council of Elders, taking on an assessment of our tradition. A lot of ones act like it is taboo, like we're blaspheming by questioning certain aspects of our livity. Now, just like how we mislabeled Thomas, yeah, that was deliberately done to stop the African from asking questions. We were to follow blindly what the master says. Servant, be submissive to thy master. Wait on your master. You know, where it's a lot of that symbolism in the Bible. See, telling you to submit to someone else in a way that is hurtful to you. Well, it's the same thing with the Thomas philosophy, who claims that Thomas is a doubter because he wanted to know and not just believe. And to know is to have proof, because when you have the proof, there is no longer a doubt. So unless he used that proof for something derogatory, something negative, he did nothing wrong. By being proved, he becomes the most advanced advocate now for that Christ way of life, because he just proved that the Christ is the Christ for true. Because he saw when he got took in at the side, and now that him say him rise, him push him hand in the wound, and said the wound exists for true, so he's the same man. So now he becomes a supporter, a hardened supporter of Christ, because he has proof. The floor is open. Give thanks.
Mama Lily May's hand is up.
Blessed
Mama?
love, my Lord. Give thanks for life and a mighty life giver, Holy Emmanuel, I Selassie, I Jah Rastafari. We as Bobo Shanti sisters, we can't even shake a shaker. Because I see the Nyabingi sisters, they shake shakers. But we do is just clap 1, 2.
And sing.
Yeah. I never have no problem with that. You know, I never have no problem with the order. I just love the order. I just give thanks I can be there, you know, and sing and clap and shout and praise for Ryan. And I love my 2-hour special service after Sabbath when, you know, you could let loose like and rock Naya Bingy because on Sabbath you have to be petite and hold a reverence, you know. But bear with me. Naya Bingy is a very, 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 very powerful, very powerful energy, you know, spiritual powers. Peace, Knuckles. Peace, Rastavana.
Yes, Mama.
Yeah, you all know my son, right? Dendred.
Yes, Mama.
Prophet Dendred, Prophet Jesus, Priest Jesus now. And you remember Priest T son Junior?
Yes.
Yes, they were Naya Bingy warriors.
True.
And Priest Dougie was in there. You already did take your trip to the United States. But Priest Knuckles, you remember my son, right?
Yes, Empress.
Dendred.
Yes.
Okay. I was in a house, right? Just about maybe 17 days waiting on my time to free up and celebration was coming up. And I was this Friday night, I was listening. It's Naya Bingy. So I say, who playing that Naya Bingy? I had to come on my porch, my veranda, and listen to Naya Bingy. I say, Judgment Ball, Naya Bingy stalking through the land and burning down Babylon. You know? So after Sabbath now, when the ministering angel come, I asked her, who was playing that Naya Bingy? She say, my son. Knuckles, my belly dropped. As I say, Rasta God, the way that you playing now, man, hope can give him a fight and I can lose them. You can't. Judgment Ball, lick down Babylon, so and you ain't strong to fight the battle. We're gonna come at you. So I was freeing up like after the Sabbath and celebration, 7 days, right? So Jack called him to play the Naya Bingy because some visitors they come in. And Jack called him. And when I came to my yard to go smoke, he was resting and he had to get up and play the music. And when I was coming down to go to the service, he was rushing up and crying. He'd say, Sister Lily, because he's a call me Sister Lily. Sister Lily, my hands, Sister Lily, my hands. I said, okay, you walk over rest. And say, about 6 months after that, my son just leave. I say, and I knew it in my heart, and I said, when he played that music, Pope can just devour him, man, because that music what he was playing was coming from somewhere, and he too young. He was 12 at the age. He was too young to fight that war, And as a mother, within my heart, when I hear say it's him who's playing the music, my heart sang because I see him. And 6 months his father came for him, he gone to the Bahamas, and that was him. But give thanks that give me a daughter. So she ain't the excellent. I pray for my great grandchildren, my grandchildren. But I tell you, Naya Bingy, man, is nothing to play with,
Very important point, Mama Lily. Very important point. I hope everyone is listening to her keenly, and understand what she's saying. What she's saying is that the genre of Naya Bingy carries such a power, such an energy, seeing that it frightens the evil force in such a way that now that evil force is now fixated on the person that is generating that energy. Why I fully understand what the Empress is saying is because back in the day, during that year when we had the two Pope die back to back, it was a very symbolic year. Just as celebration was about to begin, the father called the house that year, and we all gathered around his palace. And he came on his veranda and spoke to us. And he said that during this celebration that is coming up, there will be a series of events that will give us reason to really celebrate. But he will not say what it is until it unfolds. So he planted a seed in I and I mind, but he did not give us the specifics of what happened until it happened. Where one pope died, and then shortly thereafter, about a month, 6 weeks, the new pope also died. See, so when the first one died, yeah, just say yes, here is a symbol. But yes, it's not done yet. All this is happening as a reality. I'm telling you, in a family. I'm in camp and Jai is calling us and giving us these narratives. Saying, bam, the first pope, and call and say, well, yeah, but this is not it. Bam, 4 weeks to 6 weeks later, the second pope died. And the BBC News announces that all around the Caribbean islands, Rastafari, there is fires. You can see fires burning, and the Rastafari are chanting, they're beating their drums, you know, in reverence for this moment. Okay. So the BBC News itself carried the sound that we are chanting. Now, a sound came out from the next pope that came, that there's a little man down in the Caribbean that have been very uneasy. Saying, I forget how the full context of the song, but I'm gonna give you the gist of it in my narrative. Saying, a little man in Jamaica performed some powerful science that is overshadowing Vatican science. Now I equate it, and I will end with this. I equate it to the story of Egypt when Moses and Pharaoh confronted, and Moses had to show the power of his God. Show down Pim staff, and Pim staff turned into a serpent and eat up the serpent of the Pharaoh's scientists. Saying, similar, His Majesty, our Father, in Jamaica, chanting Nyabing. And not just that, Rastafari in general in Jamaica at that time, chanting Nyabing, burning fire. Seeing, it causes an interruption in their system to where it made them uneasy. And knowing the science, they were able to identify, say, it come from the Caribbean, and them knew says only Rastafari could generate that energy. And that was a narrative of the day. When you go to Bing, you hear man reason about these things. Yeah, the floor is open. Royal family.
Yes, Royal Priest. And just to add to what you said, so you say you don't know it, but it was about the Nyabinghi because you know, when it comes on to water, after the music travel, just like when you drop a stone in our water, you see that ripple. So when I play the music, there's an energy that is going out. So this energy was troubling his heart. One pope died. You see it, and this pope, you know, speak about this energy, which is a Nyabinghi that is going through, you know, and this energy. I remember, you know, even the Empress Nyabinghi, there's nothing new that she did, you know, to rise of a Haitian harder. Maybe the name something else in that Haitian time. You see it, but it was nothing new. It's a harder which, you know, could have worked. It work already in a Haitian time. So we always have a harder. You see what I say? So, you know what I mean? It was just the music in attack. If the government could have stopped the Rastaman, them can play the music. That's why even at that time, most of the time, it was, you know, in a bush, you know, Bacawal, Warwick Hill. So you have to, you know, hide to play the music. It was not, no, it could have come up front. You see it? That's why when even we are going up front, we just say, don't sing one certain chorus. I better you sing, you know, them type of, Christian chorus then. Don't sing no fireborn chorus. So just gonna tell we, you know, according to the oppression where the Rasta man and the Rasta woman go to car. Some of the time you want to get someone from that old days to tell you what the movement coming from. Oh man, have to really hide. You have to take back road. You could even take the front road. One prophet.
To my lord, we used to have to take the gully banks. That's why the song of Bonnie Wheeler will tell you, say, and it's true, because I am a testimony of that. I came into Rastafari just as that was changing, but I got a taste of it because there was what you call a state of emergency when they were detaining any Rasta them buck upon. So during that time, I couldn't travel the main street. So when I leaving from uptown, up in Matilda's Corner, Ligani area, I would take the Sandy Park Gully that leads right down now to the Sandy Gully Exchange, where in which now if you want to go downtown, you go left and you follow the gully, going that section to Vineyard Town area and then place there. Or if you want to go further down into the inner city, then now you take the Sandy Gully and go down, and the Sandy Gully again now will meet other tributaries that lead you to different areas. We had to know those gully banks. I myself traveled those gully banks several times because I couldn't touch road. And when we were traveling on road, when we heard a car coming, we used to have to dodge off in the bush and wait to see what the car is first before we step out. Because in those days, we had a thing what they call the Black Maria Jeep. And if you see a Black Maria them time, the Azaras, you better get going. You better get missing. So we would hide in the bush to see if it's a Black Maria. And if it wasn't a Black Maria, then we would step out and continue. So that's the era we are coming from when we were prosecuted and persecuted for the truth and the right of I and I living. The floor is open.
Empress Cindy.
Empress Cindy.
Blessed love, my Lord and Empress. I just wanted to chime in and say that I appreciate love both sides of the discussion that's going through with the drumming. I can appreciate love what Empress Akim was saying and also what the I was saying, my Lord, because there is a science behind drumming. Now, I remember when I had traveled to Ghana and we were at certain places where they were drumming. It was mostly the men them that were drumming. There was no females drumming. And there was a woman that was on the journey with us over there, a white woman, and because of the course that we were in, she was allowed to drum in this African dance class because the professor allowed her to. But now when we went to Ghana, she kind of wanted to do the same thing. And the brethren them in Ghana were kind of skeptic because they said, you know, typically we don't really allow females to drum with us, but we'll allow you to, like, you know, just hit it just to see what it's like. But if we're playing something, you really can't be involved. But I think it really just depends on the culture, because if you look at Ethiopia, for example, there are times where females do play drums, the females and men together playing drums. So I just really think it depends on the culture and what they deem fit for females to do. Give thanks, my Lord and Empress.
Yes, Royal Empress. This has been a long-standing conversation throughout the development of Rastafari. You know, but the Priest Knuckles, you know, said it. The Priest Earl, and I think myself, you know, we have summarized it in the best context, you know, from a health point of view. This is not from a taboo.
Listening carefully.
Yeah, this is not from a taboo point of view. You know, this is not about the woman being taboo from touching the drum and all of that. From my point of view now, like the honorable priestess said, in the camp during the day, yes, there were certain measures. And a lot of the extremity of those measures were really enforced by brethren who were extreme in themselves, you know. Some of the times, you know, the whole fact of not the Empress can't even touch the drum, put her hand on the drum. Those were expressions of individuals who were extreme in themselves. You know, because what are we saying? You know, we have to look at these things realistically. What are we saying? The goat skin and the wood and the metal is more precious than the royal empress, the royal princesses, the feminine, divine feminine energy? Are not rituals made by man for the upliftment and development of man within their social and spiritual realm? So all of that, all the power that is infused into those things are infused by the God essence of I and I. So we are in control of, you know, that with this, you know, how that energy is dispensed. Or, you know, that's why, like I say, these discussions are very important as we go forward, because that's why the youths are challenging what is going on. I just listened to a documentary a couple of days ago where the elder was speaking to this and saying that the youths are right, and he was quoting certain things from the scriptures and saying the youngest of youth today, with their training, with their education level, will challenge these things that we just held on blind faith and had no real tangible or scientific proof. But the beating of the drum doesn't fall under the taboo category. It falls under the health, wellness, and medical category for myself. That's the reason why I would not want my daughter and my wife to be let's say, a professional drummer there, because I know it would be harmful to their physical health.
Priest Brown.
Priest Brown, floor is open today.
Oh, give thanks to the Royal Congregation. Give thanks for very interesting point of views. And I would say give thanks to the Black Kabbalah King. In a man perspective, the Naya being
breaking up, priest, turn a certain direction, you're breaking up. Priest Brown, you're breaking up.
Priest Brown, move around. We're not hearing you. Breaking up. Reposition yourself. Reposition yourself and speak.
You're hearing me clearly now?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Okay, give thanks, my Lord and Empress.
Yeah, man, speak now. We hear you clear.
Am I being clear?
Yes, my Lord.
Once in the young days, there was a priest upon the altar who always speak of the Kabbalistic order, which triggered vibrations or questions among young priests who asked him to explain the order, which he never did. In one chalice session, a young acting priest at that time asked Dada about the Kabbalistic order. In explaining the Kabbalistic order to us, Dada sent for the rhythm drum that he had on the veranda, and shows that the Kabbalistic order is the rhythm of life. The 1-2 order is the rhythm of life which connects us to the natural rhythm of creation. And when it comes towards rhythm and vibration, you know, it's both music, word, sound, and power trigger off the elements, so that's the scientific balance. So there is what I've been hearing from the brethren, everyone has somewhat a focus knowing that the rhythm of life, the 1-2 order, that I say 2 on the hand, high and low, 2 on the feet, and you always, the rhythm must always move from high to low, that it remain constant. Because him show the old science of even musical notes, that if you play only one note constantly, you might develop frequency. But in the rhythm, when you move from high to low notes, you retain that constant balance, and the music is linked to the frequency of the creation. If you listen to the bass and how the waters move to the sea, the 1-2 is like the pumping of the waters moving through it. So give thanks for everything said and done. This is my little input, my Lord and Empress.
Honorable priest, yeah man, glorify, bring another level of science to the discussion, because it's all scientific and what you just explained. I will just say one little thing before I reopen the floor. Kabbalah, another level of reasoning it's going to, from you bring those words into it, because that's a discipline, that's an order of itself, just like, just like how martial arts, it's a discipline. See, there's a process, there's a methodology to its function and use. See, and Kabbalah, as we know, the emperor, that is one of his proficiency. When you look at his titles and his honorary degrees and all of that he got during his tenure, they are listed. He has the most any human in history of I and I, humankind, ever had. And one of the categories that he mastered, that he was certified in, is he was master of Kabbalah. He was a master Kabbalist. He was also a grandmaster of necromancy. Those two are similar. Back in the day in the West here, we were told and taught that those were taboo cultures. They aligned them with voodoo and obia, which for myself, and I will speak, being that this is even streaming, I have no problem in stating this, and I'm speaking personally for Priest Rasavana. Those are African ways that I do not fear, and I have no negative meditation towards them, wherein we have been taught in the West that voodoo is something to be feared and something to stay away from. And the Haitian Africans, some of the people in the Caribbean that has stayed the closest to their African culture over the centuries, that's part of their spirituality. And because of it, a lot of other islanders mock and jeer them and see them in a negative light. We even apply their suffering to that. Seeing, not understanding the enemy that we face, the war that we are in, and what negative propaganda, one of their greatest tools, is used against us to let us reject the things that they fear that can harm them if used properly. See, they put that fear in us. They transfer their fear to us and let us know we sick massa, we house burn down, we crop just get eat down, when which part of it belong to the we? Yeah, so these are the things that we are now unfolding as a people. We are now understanding, in this part of our journey post-slavery. Yeah, the floor is open.
Wait, everyone's turn. ngotshwani ikhalezela ngotshwane ikhalezela kuthiwa ngotshwane sebekabele kutsapa ngotshwane sebekubule kutsapa kuthiwa ngotshwane sebekabele kutsapa ngotshwane sebekubule kutsapa ngotshwane
Yeah, tell me now that you don't feel that energy. Tell me, you see how powerful our native language is? If she was singing that in English, because that is a rendition of Miriam Makeba from South Africa's song, okay, the click song. And just listen to how it sound in the native language and how it come across from her voice, that vibration, the vibration of her voice, how it affect you when it come across. And you see how she's dressed, royal empresses. That's why dressing is a science as well, you know. Her covering of her head, the way she is dressed, what we call the queenly apparel. It has nothing to do with sexism. It has to do with science. Okay? Even from a medical standpoint. Our ancestors were not simple people, you know. Our ancestors were people of high science. It is them who gave the formula for the civilized world that we see today. The formula flowed down the Nile, through Put, Sudan, South Sudan, down, and culminated in Egypt. And then now the world came to Egypt and drank up that well. And from that, you find today what we see. Our ancestors were high science Rasta. So when you hear their tongue, their words, their expression, like an African said to me, brother, you need to learn at least one African language, no matter which one. He says, there is a difference. There is a science in it. When you are speaking from your ancestral tongue, there is something scientific about it, something that it does to you. It triggers certain memories within your genome that is encoded by your native language. English does not trigger or unlock those sequences. I don't want to go too high with the reasoning, but yeah, what we do is scientific, family. The floor is open.
Bless the Lord. Bless the Lord. I have my hand up.
Mama Lily.
Priest Dougie. Priest Rasavana. One
Yes,
time
Mama.
on the altar, the priest them would chant and call His Majesty Kabbalah King. You know?
So
that was very common in Peace Knuckles, though, Peace Knuckles area.
Empress, that is Priest Rugo's favorite term. The Black
Kabbalah King.
Yes. But bear with me. Bear with me. What Priest Dougie talking about for the voodoo thing? He was referring to Haiti. And we have a lot of Haitians in the Bahamas because where I was reincarnated, you can stay on the hills and see the lights in Haiti, my mother told me. So all the refugees will come to the Bahamas from Haiti first, then reach to America. But we have a lot of Bobo Shanti youths. We call them Haitian Bahamians. And there's a story on His Majesty. You know, say more time, the oral stories are more exciting than the history books. So
True.
His Majesty went to Trinidad, went to Barbados, went to Jamaica, and he didn't even sleep a day. It was said, this is known among all the Bahamian Rastafari about His Majesty. So when His Majesty reached in, he told Papa Doc that he would release 600 prisoners. Papa Doc asked him, said, "Who you is to come tell me that I must release 600 prisoners?" Papa Doc, it is said, went up into the light bulb. And it is said that His Majesty grabbed Papa Doc out of the light bulb and hit him to the floor. When Papa Doc looked, he see a lion going through the door. And that is not written in history books, but that is the story that is told among the Bahamas congregation, and Haitians, Bobo Shanti them know that, and we try to keep that culture alive, you know, to show you, say, you know, His Majesty is the highest, you know, Kabbalah
Yes,
man.
Mama.
Yes.
It's called, in our culture, it's called a folklore. We create a folklore now to keep that memory alive and to share that message through generations. That folklore will be passed on now, hopefully, to the next generation and the next generation. You know, that oral account that is not written in the history books. Yes, it's many things, you know, that the history books don't record. That's why I hear the revolutionary always saying that this revolution will not be televised. You know, it's spontaneous. It's happening within the moment, and when it happens, it happens. But there are many mysterious folklores that are told about our deities because they did mysterious things. And what you say now, Papa Doc, if we know the history of Papa Doc and Baby Doc, they are practitioners of voodoo and the other sciences. So those kind of stories are not strange. Here in Jamaica, we had a person called Capo back in my time. Just recently, not too long, transition. And it is said that while Edward Seaga was the then Prime Minister, he held a Pocomania convention at Jamaica House, at King's House, sorry. At King's House. And all of those kind of practitioners were there in numbers. And a lot of folklore is told about that night and the different sciences people saw at work. And I won't get into the details of the stories because we don't know what is what, you know. But what that does tell us, there's an old saying, if it not go so, it go some way so. There is some semblance of reality in it. Well, that is what I am alluding to. And they said they saw practitioners do all manner of things, you know, using the science of voodoo or ancestral science, whatever name people want to apply to it, you know. But it's a practice and it's our ancestors' practice. For me, I prefer to understand it and to know so I can know if it's for me or not, because that's the only way I can realistically say that it's not for me. I would have to understand the principles of it, the intent of it. Then I would say, you know, as a man, as an African, as a Rastafari, as a priest and a man of right, if it doesn't enhance right and divinity, then it's not for me. Yeah, the floor open.
Blessed love, royal family. I would like to just give thanks for the deep reasoning on Nyabinghi because it's something that I hold very dear, right? And I know, again, what I'm called to. So I give thanks. I give thanks. This was beautiful. It was strong, you know, and necessary for ones to discuss, right? And I'm grateful and I'm humbled that it was received, you know, because oftentimes, you know, I've heard in the past before I've even joined the council that it would be very hard, you know, for I to reason with Bobo Shanti. I just wanted to tell you that, you know, ones have their opinions, right? And that doesn't mean that it's right, right? And I'm one that oftentimes does not fall into things that I'm not called to. So I'm here for a purpose. I want to make that known, right? I know my place. And I'm most humbled that, you know, the things that I desire to do doesn't necessarily mean they will be done in ways that aren't traditional, right? So I have no opposition to things that have not been established, right? And so going forward, I'm just grateful. I'm grateful that it was received. I'm honored to hear the different perspectives. It even grows my own perspective on things. And I just want to say I'm humbled and I'm honored, you know, that it was accepted and that I heard many, many, many perspectives, you know, that have sort of, like I said, strengthened my own perspective on the reasoning. So I just give thanks, you know, I give thanks to the priests, the other empresses, the elders for sure, you know, and just to hear everyone's, you know, reasoning behind it. So yes, give thanks. Selassie Jah, Rastafari.
And to all the empresses that is listening to this and will listen to this in time to come, we members of the council, and I will take the liberty to speak on behalf of all my esteemed brethren and sisters of this council. Our approach and understanding of life is based on reality. And we are not fearful of embracing truths as they unveil themselves. Things we held back in the past that worked back then may have been the truth of that moment. In this moment, further information, more information, or just new occurrences make that truth irrelevant to this moment. Well, I and I, as a set of elders, we are not afraid to face those truths. That is one of the reasons for us sitting in council, you know, and to let the world understand the council of elders is just basic what you hear. Elder brethren and sisters who have had experiences in life, sitting together to commune, break bread, and to share our experiences so we can put the puzzle together. Because each of us, no matter how we sound, no matter what we know, we are only a unit of the information, a unit of the process. We are just a unit. Without all of us coming together with what was placed in our care, the puzzle is not complete. No one individual or two or three individuals can complete the puzzle. It's a power of numbers. Back in the day, we used to chant says 144,000. And then there was also another numberless as the sands of the seashore as well. So it was really a number of infinity, but it's the power of numbers. So coming together as a family, as a group, it is about all of us bringing our knowledge, our experience, our understanding to the table so we can really see a clear path forward. And the more we do this, the more I sit among the item each week and listen, is the more I learn, is the clearer the picture gets for me. So I can understand why things are happening in the way they are happening in the here and now. Because nothing is happening randomly, you know. Babylon plans their thing 100 years, 200, 500 years ahead. they are implementing their world order and their phases of evolution as they see fit for themselves. They realize that they're losing power, they're losing grip. Knowledge is impacting the world, and them can't turn back that. So they are phasing out or phasing in things to try and retain their power. As the prophecy said, it can long, but it can't be forever. So we are patiently here doing what we need to do. Edify ourselves, learn our sciences, so we know how to use them in both defense of our community, ourselves, our family, but also in development, social, political, all aspects of our development. Yeah, knowledge is power. Yes, family, as we are winding down, if nothing else, anyone else have anything else to contribute to the reasoning or any questions, observations, statements before we close? I don't hear Priest Alamta. He's not on the platform. Priest Alamta not on the platform.
Well, Honorable Priest, Honorable Chair.
Royal Priest.
Yes, true, we were speaking about the music, and one individual said, "Death to the wicked," right? But it's only that alone, I say. So it was also a question, if it's only that I say, that's death to the wicked, because there's another aspect of it where the fundament. Yeah, remember you have the fundament and the repeater. The repeater now is the fundament are the one to continue with the one to, the basement. So the fundament would say, do good. You see, so there is another aspect of also, the music. So the fundament normally just continue to say, do good. And then the repeater going to say, so remember this is a classroom level in a way. We have kids to teach, right? And then the repeater would say, everyone do good. The repeater would say, everyone, and they hear the do good come again. Everyone, they hear the do good come again. So, to put the three of them together. So, this is just another aspect of death to the wicked, you know what I mean? One second.
And as we are speaking science, yes, someone wants to say something?
No, I was just blessing up Priest Earl, just
Okay.
making that point. Yes.
Give thanks.
Rastafari.
Yes, family, as we're talking science, everything that our father did was scientific. Some time ago, I was speaking with Honorable Prophet Corey Harris, and he's currently doing a degree at a university in Virginia on drumming, on music, but it's specifically drumming. So in doing his research and everything, he called me to pick my mind. So we were talking about the construct of, first of all, the camp, how the camp is built, and how establishments like that were built coming from ancient time. And then it brought us to the tabernacle. Unlike a lot of indigenous people and a lot of the other sect of Rastafari, our father is adamant about how his tabernacle is to be built, wherein we have had round houses on the hill and we have had gate houses, or places where you can sit for a minute at the gate, built in a round shape. The tabernacle is definitely built in an oblong rectangular type shape, having 4 doors and windows in strategic positions. Now, it might look random to ones because it's a general structure. But if you look through ancient times at the churches and the ancient churches coming through, most of the modern areas, they had a certain build to them, certain amount of doors and all of that. There's a science to it. Even where our music is located, how the altar is located, the way we face and how we minister on the altar. When the vibration of the tabernacle reaches an optimum level, it like the honorable priest said earlier, it stalks, it travels. We're talking about a current now, So we have to think electricity. So we're thinking waves. Seeing it travels on waves and it emits out into the earth. And when channeled by meditation, that means the congregation is in unison. Everything is synchronized. The music, the altar, the congregation are all in synchronicity. Them time the father would be up on him veranda, up in the palace, and him energized on a level because we found synchronicity within that moment. That music goes out the tabernacle and it travels through the focus of I and I to our enemy base or to the force that we are defending ourselves against. So there's a science in all of that. There's a science in the 7 Psalms that is read, how they are read. Everything about the order is scientific, family, and that is what they've been hiding from us for a very long time by infusing religion as the essence of it. So, yeah, I just wanted to infuse that before we close. The floor is open for any comments as we wind down. Royal family, priests, empresses, any final comments before we close?
Blessed love, honorable priest. I do glorify the eye reasoning, I do glorify the eye clairvoyance and clarity, because in the way the eye utter, it's, we could hear the divinity of the Most High from within, as Emmanuel teaches, that who is within is greater than anything outside. And, I do glorify her with the eye, full explain everything, and as the honorable priest, that reason just before the I mentioned, the other part of it, when it talks about the do good, of course, as I and I have been taught, Naya Bingi means life for the righteous, more life for the righteous. And, in our continuously doing good and doing that which is upright, it's just continuously more life for I and I, the righteous, as, the Nyabingi stalks through the earth and bringing death for the wicked, it gives us more life continually. So do give thanks for the science, that, the most I have set forward for us. Once again, give thanks again for our ancient Nyabingi herself. Give thanks for the faithful angels, the faithful mothers, as I was mentioning, even from Hulda's time. If we study Chronicles chapter 2, and we hear of the glory of Huldah as well, bringing forward the law book, not bringing forward the law book, but interpreting the law book when none of King Hezekiah's priests or any of his noblemen, no one could interpret the book. It was Honorable Priestess Huldah. At that time, they say prophetess, but I could see Priestess Huldah that was able to interpret the book for them. And in so they rent their clothes and their garments, just so a lot of I and I rent our clothes and garments when we were out the world. We change our ways when they talk about renting the clothes and the garments and the robes. It just tell us that we change our ways, So just let us continue to, do the good, do that which is right, and continuously align ourselves, with the universe and just being in sync with the universe so that the will shall be done on earth as it is in Holy Mount Zion. I do give thanks once again for this reasoning, and I continue to look forward for more reasoning, because this is what brings the clairvoyance for I and I, so that, it reassures I and I that we are on the right path, and is an inspiration for the world to see what our mother and father have done and is doing and shall continue to do. Because it's his and her world, give thanks for the faithful son among them, which is Emmanuel, Marcus Mosiah Garvey as well, because it's a science and the mystics of it all, the prophet, priest, and king, Marcus Mosiah Garvey, Emmanuel, and Selassie. All three had to reveal themselves on earth for us as well to open our eyes to the reality of this liberty and give thanks for our mother of creation, Empress Menen, within herself, representing a trinity in herself as well, which is a mystical in itself, a whole other topic, her representing the stately woman, representing a priestess in herself, as well as a visionary, which is a prophetess. So in herself, she holds the Trinity as well, and that's why it was so easy for her to give a crown to the church, showing the importance of the spiritual side of herself and of this life, because the spiritual side is what helps us to sustain the physical, So I do glorify our mother of creation once again. And I do give thanks for the honorable priesthood that have, Melchizedek order in itself. Because as we know, there were several orders, there were several priesthoods. There was the Levitical priesthood, which found itself unworthy because there was something that they did through history that made themselves unworthy, which is even documented within the scriptures and history itself. Because if you don't know your history, the Bible is a mystery. But the Levitical order, they also fought against the woman, because they wanted a certain power that women already naturally held. And if we study Emmanuel Liberty, how he set the order in itself with the justice box, with our mother being the supreme and just majesty, with our empresses being able to stand in the justice box and speak, reflecting her divine authority on earth. I do give thanks for the humblance of Emmanuel himself, coming willingly and, bringing forward that perfect balance and the important aspect of this life and this spirituality, which is the voice of the woman, So I do glorify the perfect balance, glorify Melchizedek Ada, that Ada that came to liberate I and I, and, that the tenth of the spoil was given on to that we could resurrect within this time. So glorify our strength, might, and majesty, our time.
Blessed love. Yeah, this is a good point to close on. Yeah, the voice of the Empress, as we close this tribute to our royal, divine, virtuous mother of creation. Itege Walete Gorgis, Empress Menenaswa. Yeah, man, glory be unto her spirit, and may her light shine forever on I, not just on her daughters, but also on her sons. I, Jah Rastafari, Empress Menenai.
Right. Aye. My Lord.
All right.
Please, I just asked hand is up.
I will give you the sound before we close, my Lord, as the eye has been here from the onset, patiently taking everything. Royal Prophet, the floor is yours.
I'd like to give a song before you go out there too, my lord. Please allow me.
Honorable Priest, I was asking for the eye earlier, but give thanks.
Sure.
Honorable Prophet Ijah Star. Shanti Black.
Blessed love, honorable family.
Yes, my Lord, hearing you now.
Glorify my Lord and Empress. Yes, royal after celebration. in the divine name of His Imperial Majesty and Her Majesty Empress Menen the First, Holy Emmanuel I, King Selassie I Jah, Rastafari. All it been said, you know, I don't really have much to say. More than, you know, kings and armies did flee a peace, and she that tired at home divided the spoil. Most High, King Selassie I Jah, Rastafari.
Rastafari.
My Lord and Empress, blessed love.
Honorable, give thanks. You know, yeah, man. Good seal up. Honorable priest, the floor is yours.
My Lord and Empress, blessed love. Give thanks for the celebration. Give thanks to Empress Menen, our mother of creation. And also give thanks to all the women them who stand up mightily in all the land them, universally and internationally fighting the oppressor. And one thing I want to remind all I and I, you have to give thanks for the mother that bear I and I. You know, that holy vessel that bring I and I, that have I and I right here at this hour. So to all ones who got their mother, you know, all powers and strength, and to who don't have the mothers, Ashe. Holy Emmanuel I, the last day, Jah, Rastafari.
Yes, my Lord. That's why the man say you have 7 priests on the altar to speak for him, you know. Because what you don't hear from one, you hear from the other. And
That's right.
that is a great sealer, my brethren. A great sealer. Tribute to
Yes,
all the
honorable
mothers
priest.
that have brought I and I into the world. You know, see it. Yes, those are blessed wombs. You know,
Yes,
see
sir.
it. Yeah, man. They
Yes,
brought I
honorable
and
priest.
I.
Just a little correction there. And I'll ask you a little pardon also, you know. I and I must realize that there's a little delay in our voice when we are doing what we are doing. So the individual that are tracking the hymn for the Empress cannot wait until she finishes because there's a delay. You have to track up. Don't wait until she finish. Right? Yes, so I just I tell you a little hard. So pardon if you even take it away from the honorable priest. Yes, my lord. So yeah, man.
Okay. Yeah, blessed family. Yeah, man. We'll discuss things like that in our executive and in our priestly platform. So, reasoning continue. You know, we give thanks for this moment of celebration. Give thanks for all contribution from everyone, everything that was said and done. Empress Akim, yeah, love the reading of the poem Maya Angelou. Yeah, it was very befitting this moment. You know, the Honorable Priest Sevens, yeah, went into himself and came up with a winner as well. See, all contributions made the moment what it is. Seeing a grand moment on behalf of our mother, you know, her exemplary life as it has affected the world of divine feminine energy. So we come to a close in this moment, and I will call upon the Honorable Priest Nappy if he's on platform to fulfill his duty of closing. Honorable Priest Naps, are you here? Honorable Priest Naps, if you're there, unmute. I'll make me hear you.
Priest Earl is here.
Okay, Honorable Priest.
My lord, you were saying something, Honorable?
Yes, my lord. I was saying that you're called to duty as we close. If I can close it, if you're in the position to close it for us, I would appreciate love it, my lord. Honorable Priest.
All right, give thanks, Majesty. Glorify each and every one at the moment that's here with us. Also, those that's not here at the moment. Going through them, you know, I look on, we see that a lot of generations of rich heritage that we have, you know, all throughout of Africa. And coming down here into the West also, a lot of heritage. And, you know, I have to talk about the empresses them that I know. You know, I live on the camp with the Empress Maisley, and when we there our four daughters, them Judith, Naheem, Annie, you know, and then Daniel, and they were well all done all the while. Those were the first set of upright female energy upon the foundation. You have Sister Dorrit, you know, you have Sister Rachel, which was a little bit down the way. Even
I
though
pray
most
the
time you have,
Royal Priest. I pray
you know.
the. I think so the priest should have say if they close the thing with a behold or what you were saying, you know. So I don't know if you get him right or wrong.
No, I'm gonna close it in, but I was just giving a little overview of the energy of the female energy and what we. I just want me to
Come
close
on,
it.
Yagi, you're closing. Yagi, you're closing. It's time. Yeah, you can close and then close. Go ahead, my lord. You
Right.
understand?
Yeah. So we see all of those of the history of all the ancient empresses. And I speak of the ones that I know, as I say, Empress Maisley, Empress Esther, Empress Dorrit, Sister Dawn, Empress Hema, you know, all of the mighty empress in the days when we were living there. And, you know, and we bonded together, live in love and harmony. Our youth, them grow, all of the kingman, them grow. We live in love and ironies, you know. So we give thanks for all of that, my Lord and Empress. So I give thanks for all of the female them that I have all encountered, you know, on the foundation and in the EABIC trad, you know. I give thanks that, you know, they were there to shine that blessed and upright light that I glorify the Empress them, you know. So give thanks for a blessed day like this that we come, you know, to celebrate that holiness, you know, and bring up that energy, you know, to bring forward the balance that I need in order to make this thing work, you know. So, my Lord and Empress, give thanks for everything that has been said. Give thanks to each and everyone that is here today. And we ask that everyone have a blessed week, you know, in this day. So give thanks. Most High, glory be to our Father and to the Son and to our Mother of Iration. As Jah was in the beginnings, now and never shall be, Jah without end. Most High King Selassie, Jah Rastafari. He only touched the hem of his garment, and to his side she stole. As peace that passeth all understanding, and gladness fill her soul. So touch the hem of his garment, and thou too shall be free. His saving power this very hour shall bring new life.
Life today.
Selassie, Jah
Rastafari.
Rastafari. So be all over good and no pleasant things for Virgin and Empress to dwell together in unity and love. Like the person signed it up on there that ran it down the beard, even here runs the beard that went down to the skirts of his garments. You have heard man has built the Senate upon the mount of all the Mount Zion. But there will I command it is blessing, even life and love forevermore. Most High King Selassie, Jah
Rastafari.
Rastafari, Mama Mega eyes. Last year, Jah.
Selassie, Jah Rastafari.
And I.
Last
year,
Jah
Jah.
Selassie, Jah
Rastafari. Blessed
Rastafari.
heart of
My Lord and
communion,
Empress,
one and all, my
Princess
brethren and sistren. Glory and give thanks, one heart of perfect love, majesty and empress.
my Lord. And quickly, I would like to say to all Nyabingi empresses that will hear this at some point, you know, because it is on the web for everyone. Yeah, we want to say heart of love, heart of celebration to the item, same way. Because we are all one father and mother's children. Yeah, we are the ones that make up the Rastafari family. So we want to send love out to all empresses of Rastafari. All empresses of Rastafari, barring none. The individual to the members of different groups. Yes, everyone that heal the empress and the emperor. Heart of love.
Blessed
Blessing, Rastafari, blessing. Give thanks.
Mama Miriam,
Blessed love.
blessed love. Mama Lily May,
Yes, sir.
Blessed love.
yes. Empress Akim, give thanks. Empress Cindy,
Blessed
Out of love,
love.
royal text. Give thanks to your assistant. Always there, you know? Glory and give thanks. Empress.
Karima, give thanks.
Glorify all strength and power. Give thanks to the chair today, which was a honor. And to Honorable Priest Nappy for carrying up and bringing down. And to all my brothers who have supported and strengthened, thank you. We thank you.